Hello everyone. There's a lot of you. You're gonna have to bear with me because I've been fiddling with things, so I don't know if can everybody hear me? Happy New Year if you can. I hope you can. That can go over there. How are we all on this fine? I presume it's 1st of January for everyone at this point. It must be 1st of January for everyone at this point. How are we all doing? We all good? Just us dreaming. You have. I managed to get through a little bit of the book, so Wheel of Time has now begun. So that's fun. If I keep glancing away, I have got a second monitor finally. And I'm going to need it for this. I could have done it the other way around. Never mind, it'll be fine. Just move it that way, and hopefully it won't fall over. Happy New Year to you as well, Luna. I hope everyone's had a good one. I hope everyone's excited for an amazing 2025. This is going to be the year, people. This is going to be a good year. I never say things like that because I'm a pessimist, but this is going to be a good year. I like a tier ranking. Now, I did do one in June. I forgot the tier maker site does not save and allow you to update later. So, we are conscious, but getting harassed. Well, I mean, you will have fur babies, and they will do that. So this is a tier ranking of everything that I have read this year, which I'm just going to disappear my face for a second. Is a few things. We have a 150 books. Hey, Becky, you all right? We have 150 books we're going through. This might take a while. We'll see if I can remember them all because... Well, how do I... There we go, it's there. No, it's not that one, it's that one. Yeah, so... I did do a tier ranking earlier this year. Some of these placements have changed. Some have dropped. Some have potentially gone up as well. There's a lot of books here, but it is a year of hope and optimism. You've got to be hopeful, because if you start looking at the facts, it'll just get depressing. So there we go. But I'm excited. I've got a year of change ahead of me anyway. I already know that because of work and a load of other stuff I'm trying to do. So before we start, what is... Can't we wait to say where Unhinged will rank? Guess what book falls under... Not underneath, hang on. Guess what falls lower than Unhinged? That might be a better choice, because there's a few that rank lower than Unhinged. Yes, please hit the thumbs up button. I have had one of those months where the last 2 weeks of the month, I lost about 10% of my subscribers because YouTube was doing its deleety thing. So there we go. But I would like to know, before we start, what is everyone's first book of the year? Mine is, and this will confuse people because people who are doing the Wheel of Time read along with us will have a very different version of this, but I have, I'll try and fit it off, From the Two Rivers. So this is book 0.5 of the Wheel of Time series. They split book 1 into 2, and I just happen to have that version. And we've already discovered that the stuff in this book that is not in the audiobook or the ebook format. So that's fun. Not very far into it yet, though. So I already have some thoughts. So there we go. But we'll keep that for another time. But what is everyone else reading at the moment? The Spell Shop by Sarah Beth Durst. I don't know that one. I've just realised I've not got enough widgets to do all the things I want to do. I can't justify buying a third monitor. That would be silly. I know Luna's just switched books as well. I know what Elmo's reading because Elmo's taking part in the group read as well. I can't remember what Livia said they were reading over in Cats. Not Cats. In Luna's channel before. Hermit, I know, is reading... Was it Hero of Ages or Well of Ascension? It was one of the Mistborn trilogy, but I can't remember if it's book 2 or book 3. You finished Hero of Ages. So I need to reread book 1, because it's been years since I read it. But yeah, I saw you DNF'd it. Headspace Guide, that was it. You're reading Board of the Ring and How to Murder Your Employer. Well, well, let me tell you. I have one more day at work before I'm on leave. And I've got to work with my current manager who phoned in sick for their shifts after Christmas. So it'll be their first day back in and my last day in. I'm sure it will go really, really well. Yeah, I mean, I threaten to murder people. I've been told I'm not allowed to threaten to burn things anymore. Not just by work as well. The page count gets scarier when you hit the middle part of the series, because a lot of people think it has like this not slump, that's the slog in the middle, which I don't think. Oh, I didn't when I read it first time around. We shall see. Right. To be fair, I was very similar in December. I think I read 7 books, but they were all short. I need more light. I can't see one. There we go. I can see now. So I read about half as much in terms of page count than I normally do, because I work retail, and retail at Christmas is a no reading area, unfortunately. Filming, and then it's When the Moon Hatched. I have that to read this year as well. That's a beast of a book. I don't know where it is on my shelves. I think that's one that made me have to rearrange my shelves slightly so it actually managed to fit on the shelf, because it's quite that's a beast of a book, When the Moon Hatched. I look forward to hearing your thoughts on it. Let's have a look. Who else? So Molly Dot is reading you were learning some languages, I think he said before. So 84 Charing Cross Road for today, then the road is open. I have no idea. I've done a rare thing and actually got a set TBR for this month. I don't normally do this, but I have promised a load of things for this month, and I'm going to have to do them, which is 3,000 pages. We shall see how that goes. Am I ready for that new position? Yes, although I've told them to put it back to February so they can balance the books, and also so I can have some more time off. So there we go. I had my best reading year last year. Right, we need to get this out of the way. I am not going to read this much this year. We have 150 books. January was my best reading month last year. Now, I've heard bits, Kat, that sort of suggest that if you like Fourth Wing, you might like it. So I think we should convince Elaine to read it, because she's a massive Fourth Wing fan. And sarcasm, me? And a 5-star for your first read of the year. That is amazing. What book was it? Or are we waiting for a review? I would like to know. Also, for people who like story readings, Dark Stars Book Cavern is doing a series based on Arabian Nights, which I can't remember when it starts. I think it does start in January. It might even be tonight. So, well worth checking that out. So, I do need to do a video on my special editions. But, right, let us... I don't actually know where the Moon Hatched book is, and that's actually annoying me now. What's the author's name? Where is it? It's like the biggest book on my shelf. It should be very easy to spot, and it's not. Can't have gone far. I've lent it to someone and forgotten about it. It's always a possibility. Right, I've posted 7 videos and 2 live streams in 10 days. I don't blame you. I need to watch your last video, actually, because I haven't caught up on BookTube yet. So, but after tomorrow, I'm off till the 15th. So, there we go. Right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 7 tiers, ranging from a paragon of pages. These are my 5-star reads. This is not going to be a very full section. I don't give 5 stars easily. And when I said 5 stars, I'm talking about 5 stars over on Storygraph, not on Goodreads, because I do round up. This is my first live stream in like a month as well, just on a side point. So when I get distracted, I don't apologise. Do the book read of it with read it in little pieces. It's on Storygraph. Ah, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, you know what? I forgot Dee Dee was reading that. It's lost among all your pretty covers. Thing is, everything's spine on. So I just can't remember the name of the author, and I can't be bothered looking it up. I'll find it when it's on break, but it's a chunk. It's a chunk. Last Hour Between Worlds by Melissa Caruso. I'm looking forward to your reading tonight as well, just on a side point. Yes, it is evil, but it's fine. She will forgive me, maybe. So, yeah, we start Paragon of Pages. These are my best books of the year. If you have seen my top 10 books of the year, you all know what those books are going to be. I think there's 5 for that. Best of the rest, these are still outstanding books that I highly recommend people check out. Goodreads, we love a good pun, or a bad one in this case. These are books that if you're a fan of a genre, you'll probably like, and even if you're not, there's probably something you'll enjoy in here. Solid, it was fine. There's not much more to say about that. Oh yeah, I forgot this existed. This is a book that is so forgettable that genuinely I had to go through my Goodreads to remember that I read it. There's not many of these. And should have DNF. We were talking about DNFing over on Luna's channel, Cottage Goth Library, before. I don't DNF. And in fact, my last book of the year, and I know it's one that Hermit read this year, was nearly a DNF. And my sheer level of stubbornness meant that I came back to it after 3 months to finish it. So, sequels out later this year. I can't buy more series. I can't buy more books, to be fair. Right, so we are going to start off then with a classic. I'm also going to drop them all initially in solid until I move them around as well. Oh, that's going to be a problem. We're going to have to change zoom on that in a bit. So we have Fahrenheit 451, or 451 if you want to say it the proper way, by Ray Bradbury. This feels like a very timely book. Hey, Jenny. I'm all... Why do you have customers? Why are they not... You're in Scotland. Why are they not all hungover? Explain this to me. I don't understand. Hope you're doing well. Also, you cannot use my term for your book buying and your book opportunities. You have too many. Oh, Elmo's not going to be happy with me for this one. So, this feels like a really timely book with all the stuff going on right now with censorship, and it's really, 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 really scary how the stuff in this book that was written so many, many years ago feels like it's beginning to come true in certain parts of the world right now. I enjoyed this book. However, I have issues with classics. I've spoken about this before. I struggle reading them a little bit. I'm not sure what it is. It might be slight changes in language. I do find them really dry. It's a good book. It's not going in top tier. It's going in Goodreads for... I'm going to have to definitely make that smaller. There we go. Yeah. It's going in Goodreads. It's not going to stay at the top of Goodreads. I'm going to try and keep the tiers in order as well. If I'd listened to this in audiobook, I would have probably got along with it better, which is where 1984 comes in. Well, the thing is, history changes all the time. Well, no, history doesn't. The recording of it does, and the recording of it is a political choice. It has been for so many years, and you see this with the way history is taught between different countries of the same events. Which, just on a side point, I know there's been a bit of a hoo-ha I've seen going around about politics, keeping politics off book talk specifically. I just need to say this out loud. Any creative media that is made by anyone is political because it's influenced by the beliefs and biases of the person making it. There we go. So I can't remember which version of which version of 1984 I listened to. The person who read it, I think, has narrated a load of non-fiction books, like history stuff, so it felt like almost like a documentary, which made it more unnerving and kind of made it better for me. it goes in best list. It is going to drop down again. If I'd have read it, it would have been down there. And there's going to be a couple of books that have been boosted up by the narration. It's worth mentioning here as well. Oh, do I save Akatar till later? We all know my thoughts on that. Right, Absinthe Underground. This is a... Pop it in solid for now. This is a YA... Is it YA middle grade? I think it's YA novel from Peachtree Publishings. Peachtree are a US publisher, small press publisher in the US that focus on kids' books and YA books. And their covers are phenomenal, without question. And also, they're very much into, I think all of their books are championing diversity. So you have a diverse cast of characters, be that through gender, sexuality, race, the whole shebang. This is set in a steampunk version of, I want to say, it's not Paris, it's inspired by Paris. And it follows it's a sapphic romance with two characters who are living together. One's a bit of the Artful Dodger sort of stereotype, and the other one's very much the stick by the rules and doing the honest thing. And basically, they're stealing prints and posters from around the city to sell to collectors, and one of them has been enchanted by a fae. They're caught, taken back, and they're tasked with stealing the crown jewels from one of the, I think it might be the Summer Court in the Fae realm. It's pretty good. This suffered a little bit because I think this was my second fantasy heist with sort of steampunk-ish overtones in quick succession, which also had magic involved. It was good. It was an easy read. It goes in top end of solid for me. I think for its age group, I think it is good. I think I've aged out of it a little bit, if that makes sense. 1984 was an audio last year for me as well. Solid, but not your cup of tea. That's fair enough. I can see there's a lot of different audio versions of 1984. A lot. So, and I think bizarrely, more than physically reading a book, I think audio is a lot more subjective to the listener than reading is to the reader, because of voice and cadence and just delivery in general. I'm tempted. There's a full cast audio available. Obviously, it's not the full book, a dramatization of it on Audible, which I might check out this year. What, out of curiosity, Kat, what made you angry about it? Just out of curiosity. A lot made me angry, but not... It was making me angry because that's what the book intended it to do, which I don't mind. Picture of Dorian Gray, I have not read. I want to read that. I've been putting it off because it's a classic, and it'll probably go badly. Akatar. If you have been here for any length of time, you will know. I'm not even going to put this in solid. You will know my opinion of this book because I despise it, like, with a passion. I enjoyed it well enough while I was reading it. And then I stopped reading it after finishing it, and then my brain started pointing out all the problems. And it doesn't normally happen when I read books. I don't make notes on stuff. I hate this book. I don't know if it's a case of I just don't like Sarah J. Maas's writing style, because I've read now Throne of Glass, Akatar, and what was the other monstrosity? Crowd of Midnight. And I've not been blown away yet. Not been blown away at all. I think Favourite is an imbecile. I do not like the consent issues in this book, which is... That will become a running theme of other books later on. It was fine while I was reading it. But it was like... It's like watching Velocipasta or Sharknado or something like that. It's fine until your brain engages. And then I hated it. I also hate the fact of the way it approaches Fae lore as well, which I have said this a few times. I don't like the Fae themselves are portrayed in here. They're portrayed as too human. Don't like it. They're not meant to be like that. Moving on. Yeah, I get that. I get that, Kat. It's in some ways a very. I suspect you because you're in the US, so the corruption over there is a little bit more extreme than what we have here right now. That will change soon. For the worse for us, I should add. But yeah, I get that. If you're reading for an escape, and this will be a video I'll do at a later date on does it matter why you read? That's one for February probably, or March. It's not a fun read. You gotta be in the right mood for it. Up next, The Automaton. This was one of my first indie book reads of the year. This is by Ian Young, who is a indie self-published author. And I got this through my book box, Your Paper Quest, which has now migrated to the US, is no longer available in the UK. So you US peeps over there, if you want to check it out, go check it out. I have been introduced to a load of decent books with this. This feels quite on point, as well as it's talking about the ethical concerns of AI and what happens when AI becomes sentient and salient of its own surroundings and starts to actually progress. It's almost like the Skynet scenario, but they don't become hostile. And how does it work for equal rights for the AIs and the androids and the robots? And what does that mean culturally? What does it mean for humanity? What does it mean for the robots? And it's really, really smart and thought-provoking. And what it does is it jumps forward in time, so it doesn't follow the same sort of side characters, although there is a throughput that links them all. And it jumps from like when AI is first being legalized to like so many years later when things have gone wrong to so many years after that. And eventually ends up at a point where humanity is no longer on Earth and neither is anything else, and everyone's just in the cloud. And it's really, really, really smart and really, really interesting. I loved this. It goes into Best of the Rest. It will go right at the top of Best of the Rest as well. This came very close to my top 10 this year. Love it. Absolutely love it. I highly recommend checking it out. It is not the easiest book to read. It does take a little bit... English. It takes a little bit of time to get going. Really, really good. If you like sci-fi that has a little bit of rooting in some issues of the day, but then amplified into the future a little bit to see where it could end up. It's good, and it's not exactly a warning either. Like quite often you talk about AI and it's we're gonna get nuked, we're gonna die. It doesn't do that. It's really interesting. Yeah, I have a list of video topics I want to speak about this year. The next big one is booktube burnout, which I think is quite an interesting one to talk about. That's all right. Don't worry about it. You've already done. I'll be honest. You've done a reading sprint. Those exhaust me, so I'm not surprised your brain is a little bit fuzzy. But yeah, The Automaton, Ian Young. I think it's on Kindle Unlimited as well. If you have that, so there we go. It's good. So, Elaine, are you here? Is Elaine here? The Alchemist. Should have DNF'd it. Hate it. Wrong book. Wrong time of life. Very much with this one. I realise this is a really well-loved book. This is my second least favourite read of the year. By a country mile. I have said before I will read Akatar over this. This, to me, felt like walking into a home decoration store and reading all the inspirational canvases on the canvas aisle. That's all this felt like to me. But told through a religious viewpoint, which then therefore made it feel preachy to me. So this hit every possible wrong button it could have done for me personally. I love that people like this book. I love that people have taken something from this book. I know I'm in the minority with this, and I think this is a reflection of where I was when I read it last year. You can. Elaine knows my opinion on this book. I despise it with a passion. I found it preachy and patronising. But again, that links to my own personal. I have issues with religion. Let's leave it as that. And I have issues with being preached at because naturally it gets my back up, and that's what this book felt like. But for people in a certain point of their life, this is a brilliant book for those sorts of people. Just not for me. I will never read another Paulo Coelho book. At all. Hey Sue, you alright? The other thing with it, and I've discovered this since, which has dropped it down further, is that me and Elaine were talking about the books. Her book's much better than mine. It has a map in it and other things. This doesn't. It's just rubbish. This is actually a book that I considered burning this year. So, there we go. Yeah, I mean, I think it is one of those... I think it's like any book that's kind of self-help-ish, where depending on when you read it will depend how much mileage it gets out of you. There's another book later on in here, which is a biography / poetry / self-help book, which I loved when I listened to it 8 years ago, and when I listened to it this year, it was just like meh, whatever, didn't care. Up next, we've got a couple of short stories now. Arc by Veronica Roth. I can remember nothing about this book. It was a short story. It was part of it's Amazon exclusive, I believe, from what I remember. In fact, no, hang on. No, I'm thinking of another one. Hang on, let me move it up. So this is set, if I'm remembering correctly, after the Earth has pretty much been wiped out. And so people are being evacuated to colony ships before the meteorite hits. And you have a couple of science teams still on the planet, pardon me, in like the Arctic. And they're basically collecting and categorizing as many plant samples as they can, because they can't take everything with them, so they're trying to categorize everything and get it into the database. And there's one of the characters who just has decided they're just going to die on Earth. They're going to stay there. Awesome, thank you. And they've decided because they have nothing to live for, so they just want to die on the planet that they were born on. They're not the only one as well. A couple of other scientists are like that. But what they discover is a brand new form of, I think it's an orchid. Did Leslie drop in and I've missed them? Oh, yes, you did. Hey, Leslie, you all right? Happy New Year to you as well. Hope you're good. I am an angel, Jenny. I don't know what you mean. And they've discovered a new orchid, and that was their mother's favourite flower. It's never been categorised before. It's not in the database, and this is like the last thing that they've just randomly pulled out. And they end up being convinced to actually leave because, you know what, there's so much more to discover out there. And it ends on a really hopeful note as the asteroid wipes the Earth out, and they actually do leave. Pretty good. And the narration was decent as well. There's a few short stories I listened to at the start of the year, so that was back in probably this time last year I listened to that. There, I mean, again, I know what some people have read on here this year. I'm not sure Book Angel covers half of the people. You are not a Book Angel, hermit. You read Unhinged with me. In fact, it's your fault I read it. There we go. Another short story. This is Belukian by Rebecca Crunden, or Indie Book Spotlight on Twitter and Blue Sky. Decent short story. It's about 30 pages long. Very folksy, very horror. The idea of sort of a witch or a spirit of the forest coming to protection of a young girl in return for that girl's servitude over time, and how the legend and the myth of a fairy tale could sort of grow over a period of time and just sort of take over a whole area. Really, really good. One of my favourite short stories of the year. There's another short story by Rebecca Crunden on here later on. I don't know how they get so much in such a short book. So, really good. Blessings of the Vampire by D.N. Bryn. was fine. It's about 19 pages. I think it's the shortest book of the year. It's linked to the Guides for Dating Vampires series. Specifically, this links to book 2 that I have not read yet. So it was fine. It was decent enough. It covers the two male leads from book 2 of that series going on like a tour of this ancient castle and accidentally finding a secret room to discover that vampires actually live there. One of them is a vampire as well. And discovering some of the hidden history of this place. So, really good. Speaking of really good, I like my fantasy. The Bloodstones by Tori Tekken. So this is interesting to me because a lot of the fantasy that we read, or that I read anyway, in the UK, is very much influenced by medieval Europe in terms of aesthetic and sort of cultural norms, and this isn't. This is more Eastern inspired. This is book 1 of a series. The other one is not out yet. This is dense world building. It won't be for everyone. You need to be a fantasy fan for this, which actually means it'll probably drop down there. You have a dense world. You have a number of children kidnapped from their families of various different backgrounds to end up being like the protectors of the next king or war chief. I can't remember the exact terminology they use. Probably emperor, actually. You purposely didn't read. We can fix that this year. And then it flips to another character as well, and then starts alternating from like the second quarter of the book between these two characters, who's living like in the wilds in almost like a roving, almost Mongolian inspired sort of tribal system, and their journey about being an outcast and then being brought back in, and their tribe being wiped out, and the concessions that sort of society sometimes make when they're under threat from someone bigger and nastier. Really, really interesting. It's done a lot of very, very subtle world building because there is magic at play here, but we don't know how it works yet. It's kind of been lost to time. Really, really good. I'm very excited for book 2, which I don't know when it's due out, which is a shame. I need to check that, actually, see if that's one I can pre-order, because I can pre-order while on my book ban. Next up, graphic novel Bloom by somebody whose name I can't remember. And I can't read it on there. Where are you? Where's Bloom gone? There it is. So this is by Kevin Panetta and Savannah Ganuccio, which I have just slaughtered. This was decent. I love the art style. I don't like some of the theming in this, especially early on. Very much of a, well, I've moved out, so now you've got to do all these things because you're the new man of the house, sort of thing towards the youngest kid, and you now need to live up to parents' expectations because I'm not here to do it anymore, so now you've got to do it. I don't like that. I don't like the way it's framed. I get what it's trying to do. I like the romance in here, and the art style, on a side point, it's absolutely gorgeous. This is beautifully drawn. I can't remember a huge amount about it. I'm a sucker for any sort of story that has a lot of food in it, though, because I like food, as you can tell when I stand up and you look at me. So, but I do really, really like the art style of this. There's not that many likable characters in here, which feels like an odd thing to say, and that might be because I read Heartstopper directly before this. So, because Heartstopper is going to be on this list quite a bit, because I read volumes 2 through 5. So this isn't as good as Heartstopper, but if you like Heartstopper, you'll probably like this. The MC's friendship group is toxic as hell, on a side point, which also doesn't help. And it does deal with that sort of first love, coming to terms with sexuality, and dealing with that toxic friend group and toxic masculinity as well to an extent. Just didn't quite sit as well with me. I will probably still pick up book 2. This is also the only book that I've got that does not have a UK price point on it, on a side point. And also has a weird, which I've not seen before, but it has, I don't know if I'll catch it on camera, but it feels like it's got a dust cover, but it hasn't. which I can't think where else I've seen that either. Oh no, I think, Kat, there's one book I want you to read, and I think you will love it because there's much murder in it. So, but we'll be getting to that in a minute. All Boys Aren't Blue by, is it George M. Johnson? You see, this is the thing, I've put all my books in order now. There you are. Yeah, I remembered it. Woohoo! So this is a biography inspired by their early life growing up as black and gay in the US. This is a really heart-wrenching story in places, and you really feel for what the author's gone through. I think this is one of my banned book reads alongside Fahrenheit in 1984. And Akatar, actually, strangely enough, and probably The Alchemist is probably banned somewhere in the US as well, because everything else is. The issue I have with this is a cultural one, because US culture and UK culture diverge a lot more than you would expect. So some of the touch points in here did not land for me. No, it's not a ruined fairy tale. In fact, it's the next book we're going to talk about. It's good. It is a powerful read. It did not land... That needs to be down there. It did not land as well as I thought it was going to, but it is a beautiful book about learning to be yourself, which I really appreciated. It is well worth checking out, especially because it is a challenged book in the US. It's one of the top 5 most challenged, I believe, from if memory serves. So, well worth checking out. So, a book I want... Now, who's in the chat? Who's read this? Somebody in here will have read this. Oh, it's definitely banned in Florida. It was banned in... I want to say it was banned in 17 different areas just for that 1 year that I pulled the figures for. I can't remember. I need to check my video because... Gone. Clay County was one of them, if that helps. Clay County's banned everything. Clay County's banned paper. Probably because they eat it. So that's unfair. Bunch from Blackbird. I liked this enough to buy the physical book, buy the follow-up book, and pre-order Silent Sparrow, which is out soon. This follows 2 assassins who... Not assassins. 2 murderers. There we go. I think Dexter a little bit, but without the forensics, who hunt other murderers down. Normally murderers who have done really appalling things. And these 2 just end up... They're polar opposites in many ways. And they just end up in this really surprisingly wholesome, although very spicy at times, relationship. I mean, they might as well ban paper at this point. I mean, it does... I generally look at some of these stats. Sorry, American people. I look at some of these states and wonder if Fred Flintstone is running the states at the moment. I really do. Like, just club to the head. Only way of dealing with things, just club everyone to death. But yeah, Butcher and Blackbird. It was a lot of fun. It did ruin ice. It did ruin ice cream for me for a little bit. I just found this really fun. Now, that being said, is it the best written book in the world? No. It is pulled through by the chemistry of the 2 main characters, whose name I cannot remember, but one is codenamed Butcher, and the other one is, just to confuse you, not called Blackbird, that's their pet name, is called the Orb Weaver. Exactly, if you don't like a book, don't read it. If you employ people to vet the books that go into your school libraries anyway, trust the people that you have employed to vet the books to go into the school libraries anyway. Anyway, Butcher from Blackbird, a lot of fun. Its follow-up is on this... Yeah, the follow-up is on the list somewhere. We will get to that later. I really enjoyed this. This was lots of fun. This also set Noah off on cannibalism for the entire year. So if he wanders in later on, he will tell you all about cannibalism and the importance of spam. So there we go. Falling Bodies by Rebecca Roanhorse. I have not read anything by Roanhorse before. This was a short story that I listened to while walking to pick up the kids one day. It was about an hour and a half long. This was really good. It does. It does. That is how... that is why... And it's an interesting conversation that I've had with people where the alcohol culture for university or college students in the US is bizarrely worse in some ways than it is in the UK. And it's because of the taboo nature of it to a certain age, and that age comes later, whereas in the UK, alcoholism is based into everything. Because, of course, it is. How else do we deal with the weather? You know, you can't stay warm without whiskey. But that's showing myself as Northern England, isn't it? Just give me whiskey. So this was really good. This is set in a future where humanity has kind of been invaded and has basically succeeded itself to an alien empire. And this alien empire just see humans as primitive animals, but there's a few high-ranking officials in there who are saying, no, if we give them a chance and we educate them, they can be great. And so what they choose to do before the start of the book is kidnap somebody, kill their entire family, and adopt them as their own, which sounds a bit dark because it is. But that puts this one individual in the position of being hated by their own kind and hated by the aliens for what they represent. So you've got various attempts to sort of liberate them and the effects of that, and also the difficulty of forging your own path in that sort of situation, which is really, really interestingly done. And the ending is so sad. Like, genuinely, the ending took me by surprise, and it's the perfect ending for the book because there is no happy ending to this for anyone involved. It's gruesome at times, it's heartwarming. I really enjoyed this. I can't remember who the narrator was for it, unfortunately. It's another one of the Amazon exclusive books as well. So there we go. But yeah, on the banning book things, you can get them online. You can buy them from bookshops. They're not banned from bookshops. It's why the term ban's a little bit wrong, which Noel Lane's spoken about. Challenged is a better term. But if you tell me I can't do something, my first question is why? And then I go and research it. And surely it's far better. And this comes with a load of other stuff as well. This is why censorship doesn't work in any form. Where if you force anything underground, it becomes like a festering boil in some ways and just gets worse over time. It's true with political movements. It's true with history. If you try and hide stuff, people will dig up, and depending on what's being hidden, that can be a good or a bad thing. Hey, Bad, how are you doing? How was your new year? I mean, yeah, but I mean, UK, although legally you couldn't, like 13, you could just go to the pub and they'd serve you. They wouldn't care. They do a little bit now. Speaking of young people, 12 Bones. This is by, I can't read the name. What is her name? She's called Mero Child on Twitter and blah, blah, blah. What's it called? TikTok. I can't remember what I can't actually read it, which is really bad. It'll come to me. So this is the follow-up to 16 Souls. This is a paranormal YA novel set in York here in the UK. So if you know the UK at all, York is generally regarded as perhaps the most haunted place in the UK and potentially Europe as well, although there are a few options there. It follows your two main characters, one who is physically disabled due to getting, I think it was malaria when they were off in France. And so they have to use a wheelchair to get around, and their other half, who is transgender, female to male. And this is following on from book one, where somebody was trapping all the ghosts. No, were they? Or is that book 1? Basically, ghosts are going missing around York, and these two are paranormal investigators who are trying to figure out what's gone on. And you have very much almost like the Illuminati effect of you've got a bigger organisation that's hunting these people down. You've got rogue elements. It's a lot of fun. It didn't blow me away as much as the first book did. No book should be banned. No book should be banned. I can understand why you wouldn't put some books in schools. Let's be honest. Do you want a 12-year-old reading 50 Shades of Grey? No. But that's a different conversation, which I also need to do a video on at some point. But we'll get there eventually. My issue with 12 Bones is that it was almost exactly the same as the first book in terms of the way it was structured and the way it read. The characters were interesting. The ending felt a little bit sudden, but was still well done. It does set up the next book very, very well. It's a series I will continue with. If you like YA, first of all, and this again might be a case that I've aged out of it a little bit. If you like YA, you'll probably like this. It's really good for representation. Ban all the books and people will read them. Ban all the books and then Jenny will buy them. Will find a way to buy them for her e-reader and go over the 4,000 that she has, because that sounds like a great idea. I got myself sidetracked then. Yeah, I do like some of the little world building elements in there. So especially with like the MC having the mobility issues, so they can walk. They have like prosthetic leg. Which obviously it mentions how that rubs and how uncomfortable that can be. But talk about just getting around some of the normal like streets in York, or getting into the shops, and just these little bits of difficulty which are not being catered towards, because partially societal unwillingness and also partially some places in the UK are old and it's quite hard to do some of these things. But that actually plays into the plot at times, where something that potentially an able-bodied person might have no issues with actually becomes a challenge. You were under 4,000 the other day. I'm not talking to you. You're just rubbing it in your face that I can't buy any. And I like the fact that whilst it wasn't the focus of the character, it played into some of the scenarios that they went through, and it felt natural. And that's something I like quite a lot, when the difference is, whilst they're not the focus of the character, they do provide realistic challenges that we see in real life, and it makes you sort of re-examine a lot of things. I really enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. It just was too similar to book 1, for me personally. We're nearly an hour in and I've done like 10 books. This is going to take days. Okay, let's speed it up. Our comeback tour with Slaying Monsters. That doesn't go there. This is a D&D inspired book about a boy band getting back together and getting transported into a virtual fantasy world. This was an ARC book. Absolutely loved it. A lot of fun. My first literary RPG as well. This was just so fun, and the amount of tropes you get from especially video games in here in terms of the way the characters interact with each other and with the world and the things that are going on is so good. I am excited for the next book. This is going to be a book of the series. Each one, I believe, is going to follow one of the main characters. I absolutely love this one. I have a full review on this one. Go check it out. Really, really good. Next, we're going to speed it up now, I promise. Different for Boys by Patrick Ness. This is interesting. I'm sure I've read Patrick Ness before. I can't think what it was. This is about a school kid who is in what you can best be described as a toxic relationship with their best friend, who is, we'll say, uncomfortable with their sexuality, and that therefore comes out as homophobic. This is very much a case of no, that's not gay because we kept our socks on, sort of thing. Absolute nonsense. But it's the difficulty of dealing with sexuality in schools, especially around male friend groups, during like 13 to 16, and how that works in terms of the teachers and the social hierarchy in schools and the expectation, because obviously UK schools are more geared towards uniformity rather than individual expression. But the interesting thing with this is that this actually has blanked out text. It doesn't have the curse words in there. Everything is blanked out. So there's big sections of the book where you kind of have to try and figure out what it's going to be. And the wonderful thing is everyone's reading will be slightly different based on age. So I was reading through that and it's like, I know what that would have sounded like in the 90s when I was that age. And I'm sure like my kids would understand what it was like in like the 2010s. Really interesting, really powerful. Rest of us just live. That's one I've got on my list to read at some point. I will get to it eventually. I like the art style as well. It's a very rough, very raw art style. And the fact that you've got like this secondary character who is very much in denial about their own sexuality because of the social conditioning around them is really a tragic story in the way that they don't know how to be healthy with themselves. And that then causes like this level of self-hatred that makes them lash out. Strangely, this doesn't appear to be a banned book in the US, but that might be because it's not commonly available there. This is a book that should be in high school libraries in the UK, as far as I'm concerned. It's not going to be for everybody because of the writing style. I think I've read A Monster Calls. I think that might be what it is, but it was a while back. I'm not sure. Talking of depressing, James O'Brien, How They Broke Britain. If you don't like British politics, this is not a book for you. This is going over, I think it's 13 individuals who broke Britain, going back to Margaret Thatcher. So just to be clear, James O'Brien is a political commentator, specifically on LBC. So they are left-leaning, so there is a level of bias there. You need to be aware of that going in. And it looks at a number of important people over the last 30 to 50 years and their role in causing the degradation of the British political system in terms of morals and best practices, and the fact that politicians are here to serve the people and make people's life better. And they're not doing. It's an interesting read. I watch LBC anyway. I am that way inclined with my political views, just to have that out there. So I found this interesting, but like anything, and he says this himself, do your research on all this sort of stuff. Look at other points of view. But anybody who says Boris Johnson was good for the UK is an imbecile. Moving on. The first of the top tier, Butcher of the Forest by Premi Mohammed. This is a novella. It's a dark fairy tale, folk tale inspired story. You have your dark enchanted forest. You have children going missing in said forest. You have mythical creatures. You have evil unicorns. That's always nice. You have this one person who is a bit morally grey that somehow survived in there and everyone sees them as a witch. You have the ruler of this place who is just referred to as the tyrant. This is incredibly vivid. It's a very literary novella, and I don't always get on well with literary works. I can't speak today. I do like Premi Mohammed's work as a rule of thumb. This was a new release as well in February. It works really well for this story. There's another book by them later on where I have more issues with, but for this short story format, really good. So depending on where you start, evil unicorns, I love anything that dives, because I don't think unicorns, if you dig back into folklore far enough, I don't think unicorns were good. Like, again, they're a fey creature. Fey not good. Fey not bad. Fey are just fey. It's like when you look at mermaids historically and sirens and that sort of stuff when you start really digging. Interesting fact about Premi Mohammed. I was meant to do an author interview with them last year, but I wasn't well. And I've I need to reach back out actually, because I was going to speak to them as Books for the Forest came out, but I went for a bit of a YouTube break this time last year. And then when I tried to arrange one in July, it just didn't quite marry up. But they did actually agree to come on the channel and do an interview. So, yeah, love this book. It stayed in the top 5. Did it get 5 stars? No, it didn't quite get 5 stars, so it actually goes in best of the rest, actually. No, all stories are based in blood and death. There we go. Oops. Kick me slippers off like the old man that I am. The next one is a 5-star, though. Celestial Monsters. Now, I know that Hermit's not going to read this because they were not a big fan of Sunbearer Trials, from what I recall, and DNF'd it. Which it's okay to be wrong. No, only joking. So this is book 2 of Sunbearer Trials by Aidan Thomas, the second book of the duology. I really, really, really like this duology. This takes a lot of the characters, well, it takes all the characters from the first one, and it takes away all the things that underpin their confidences and their beliefs as the characters there were before, and starts to look at what happens where all their preconditions are switched. So you have Tio, who is a jade godling, not godling, child of the gods, Semidioces, I think it may be pronounced. I know it was a soft DNF, I'm only teasing you. And they basically made a decision based on morality rather than tradition at the end of the first book, and that plays into this one. I like the character journey that everyone goes along on this one, including the character of Zhao especially. What this does do is book 1 from memory is only told from Teal's point of view. Book 2 is 1 chapter for Zhao and then 2 chapters for Tio at a time. English. I love the world building. Again, importance of food, and this is something I've seen a couple of times in Aidan Thomas's work, because it was true of Cemetery Boys as well. Hello, Elaine. You managed to miss all the things that would offend you. So well done. I have put The Alchemist and Akatar where they belong. Happy New Year. How are you doing? I hope you're well. Yeah, so I like the way it examines the characters. I also like the fact that you have this sort of, I don't want to use the word biblical, but it's close enough, this sort of the hells spewing forth, these monsters destroying the cities, and the people who are there to defend the cities, these children of God, are just so overmatched. And it's really interesting where some of the cities and towns that were less reliant on these people to protect them and worked as a community and as a group are doing much better because they rely on each other rather than going, you fix it, you're the one, you're the hero. And there's a lot to talk here about collectivization and also free will versus tradition. And I love the ending of this, which I'm not going to spoil, but it feels like such a mundane ending in a way that works. Because there's an interesting twist at the end, which I do like as well. But I absolutely love this. And also this is another book, and quite a few of them will come under this actually, which I've not mentioned so far. Trans author, trans main character, trans secondary character. You have a male love interest for Tio as well, and interesting sort of play about there, and just the acceptance of this. And it's just part of the character and not the focus. And it works really, really, really well. And the fact that these characters are just accepted, and the whole point for Zhao's story is that they were looking for acceptance and they'd kind of found it and hadn't realised and still went through on their plan anyway. And then realising the repercussions of this and realising that in their effort to be accepted, they've blinded themselves to where they actually were and them coming round. It's so wholesome. so wholesome. Cemetery Boys 2 is out later this year. I upset people? I've not watched the Hobbit movies. That's a lie. I've watched the first Hobbit movies. I've not watched the other ones. They irritated me a lot. So Killy was kind of... Oh, really? Why do you not read Spice again? Wrong with you. Oh, I see Unhinged. Next up, graphic novel / comic, Serial. This is okay. I liked Bloom more, actually. This is basically sort of your traditional Hammer horror monsters from the movies, and the art style is really, really, really there for that. Set in a world where Serial is king, so you have, like, I think it's Count Chocula, who is basically a Cocoa Pops person, and then you've got like the Leprechaun from Lucky Charms and various. It links all these horror icons to Serial, and Serial is central to the entire story, with the overarching thread being that the big bad just wants everyone to have breakfast as the most important meal of the day. It's bonkers. My issue with this is that US Serial names and icons are not all present in the UK, so I've missed a boatload of references. So some stuff did not make sense to me. But the art style is gorgeous. Absolutely stunning. Love the art style. It is worth checking out. If you're in the US, I'd take a look at it. It's a lot of fun. Very gruesome in places, though. But it does take... You've got, like, Dracula. You've got your werewolves. You've got... What else have you got in there? Frankenstein's monsters in there as well. Just a whole host of very much traditional Hammer horror monsters. So Cemetery Boys, I think did so well that Aidan has decided to write another book, which is out in September 15th, I think, thereabouts. I have not pre-ordered it yet, because last time I pre-ordered an Aidan Thomas book, it went horribly, horribly wrong. And then I went to Waterstones, and they put it on the shelves early. Which they do quite a lot in the UK. Same thing happened with Butcher of the Forest, actually. I got that early as well before its release date, by walking into the shop. This is not beyond your tech skill. This is literally one website that allows me to do everything, and then sharing the screen. You 100% could do this. Yeah, right now it's a standalone. It won't be later. There's been rumours of him doing a follow-up to it for a while, and it's been confirmed now. I can't remember what the name of the title was for the second one. I did read it the other day, but excited for that. Something is killing the children. Ooh. Again, this is a comic anthology. I think. Is it a comic anthology? It's certainly a long-running series anyway. This is we'll call it a graphic novel, sod it, about a small town in America where people, or children specifically, are being murdered, and someone turns up because they know that something supernatural is going on. Only certain people can see these monsters. So that's why, like, law enforcement can't find it. They just keep finding the viscera and what's left over. And the art style in this is gruesome in the best way. Definitely following up on this when my book buying ban ends. Like, really, really good. The artwork is spectacular, but it's got such a visceral feel, which you don't always get in graphic novels. You get them a little bit more in comics, I think, but you don't see it as much in graphic novels. Really, really, really good. Right, I've missed loads of things. I mean, preach. Yes. Unfortunately, where I live, I don't want anyone to do any of those things to me, because I've seen the people. I've met them and spoken to them. Yeah, no, it's not a standalone. I mean, if you're looking right now, so far we only have 3 books that I didn't like, and One of those was 19 pages long, so I'm not overly fussed. So there we go. Yeah, right, next. Hermit, are you still here? Because I think you should read Heartstopper if you can get hold of it. It is so sweet. It'll give you a nice, interesting insight to the UK school system as well, because it's very different to over there, and the US as well, for that matter. But Chlorine, this book, we're going to put it there for now. So this book was on course to be my only DNF of the year, which I think, Hermit, I think you liked this a lot more than I did. This has some interesting ideas, and I can see what it's trying to do. I think I am not the target audience for this book. This book made me feel really uncomfortable, which, to be fair, is kind of the point. But I also feel like some of the writing in here was so stilted that it lost me. Yeah, it's only short. It's like under 250 pages long. It's following a high school athlete in, I want to say the US, but it might have been Canada. But I'm going to say the US for now. And they are a swimmer. They're an immigrant, or child of an immigrant, I should say, immigrant family. And it's dealing with that period of puberty and discovering yourself, while also dealing with the pressures of being a high-performing school athlete, specifically swimming. That's fine. You can question my taste. I liked what it was trying to do. I'd say, I've not got my notes on me. This is something I actually made notes on this. I actually put it down because it made me feel really uncomfortable. But not necessarily for the reasons it was aiming to. I think the writing let it down a little bit. I don't think it's bad. I'm glad I finished it. Definitely not a book I'd ever reread. I don't know, it's a tough one. There's something in the writing style. Hey, Margaret, you okay? There's something in the writing style of this, and I think it's a dialogue thing, and I know I've spoken about this with Elaine, actually, about the difference in the way English is used by country, because here in the UK, English is high context English. In the US, as an example, it's low context English. So that's why quite often when we say one thing, we'll actually mean something completely different, and it confuses people. Because if we say, is the window open? What that means is go and shut the window. 9 times out of 10. It's weird. British English is odd. And sometimes when I read US dialogue specifically, it feels stilted in a way that throws me off, if that makes sense. Not always. I tend to notice it more in something that is set in real life settings. I don't notice it as much in sci-fi. I don't notice it as much in fantasy. Probably because I'm more forgiving of it. But I did not like this book. It was down there. It was actually going to have its own thing. It was my only DNF of the year, but I did finish it, my last book of the year. It goes in solid for what it's trying to do. It didn't land it for me. But how are you anyway, Margaret? How are you doing? What are you up to? You have a live stream later as well, don't you? I was hoping this is taking far longer than I thought it was going to be, just on a sci-fi. We still have all that to get through. Like, yes. Well, no, we also have cookies. Because cookies are biscuits. But not all... I'm not doing this again. We're not having the argument again. So, Chopping Mall. This was an arc I got through Book Sirens. This was decent. It's basically just... Chopping Mall is a film from the 80s. This is the book of the film without building on it at all. It's fine. It's fast paced. It has a few bits of gruesome. It does not add anything that you want to have seen in the film. This is 1980s B movie horror schlock. It is what it is. I enjoyed it. I read it. Done. There we go. Clash of Steel. So this is one of the... I'm going to put it there for a minute. Yeah, all cookies are biscuits, but not all biscuits. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you. Oh, coffee. I might need to get some coffee in it. Do we think if I shout at my child, he will make me a drink? Do we think if I shout at my child, he's actually awake? That's the thing. It's only short. It's about 150 pages. It very much feels like it's pulled from the almost like the actual script, because some bits of it read almost like, you know, like when you read like a script, it'll say such and such is doing this in the background while this and this and this. The book started in a manner that felt very much like that. It got better as it went through. It does make me want to watch the film again though. But yeah, Clash of Steel. So this is one of the remixed classics collection. But yeah, you did. You got that exactly right. I heard you. Thanks. Shut up now is what it actually means. The wonders of British English. So Clash of Steel is a sapphic retelling of Treasure Island, which I have not read for a long time, and it relocates it to China during the time of... Oh, you see, I was reading about this the other day. I cannot for the life of me remember the name of the emperor at the time. And it's really, really good. It's like really, really good. It's going in Goodreads. Oops. It's going in Goodreads. In fact, it's going all the way up here in Goodreads as well. I enjoyed it a lot. I listened to the audiobook of it. It was my first borrow from the library as well. One of the only ones this year. I like the character work. I like the story. I think if I want to experience classics, I'm probably going to go through the Remix Classics series. I know Luna recently read Most Ardently, which I believe is Pride and Prejudice retelling, which I really want to read. It doesn't rile me up because you're wrong, so it's fine. I thought it was... The thing is, I don't like classics, so if this was classic, it would be down there. It wasn't I like the narration of it, to be fair. It had a couple... It might be as well, it's a long time since I read Treasure Island. It's one of those where it might drop down. The thing is, it's going to drop right down the list very shortly because of some others we've got coming up, so... Brioche is a sweetbread that is not a cake. This is true. Although, to be fair, from what I understand of US bread, all US bread is sweet, like brioche. Like, it's very different to what we have over here. French people get very upset at the state of US bread. I'm getting hungry. Right, Clotty's Song is up next. Now, this does not go there. This goes in Goodreads. This is not a book for everybody. This is an indie book. It's by an author called Danny Finn. There's a lot to like about this book. This book has a lot of spice. Like, a lot. I actually have done a first chapter read of this on my channel. I reached out to Danny. They were kind enough to give me permission to do it. And I said, I've got this book, or this book. And they said, well, if I do this one, please bear in mind that in the first chapter, there is a threesome. So, there we go. That's on my channel, age-gated. What I like about this, though, is, first of all, it has a healthy polyamorous relationship, which you don't see in fiction very often. The main character is not young. They are middle-aged going into older, which I also like. The spy scenes are really well done. There's too many for me, which is why it gets dropped down. The world building is really interesting as well. This is part of a larger series, and you have a magic system that... Please don't mention spam. You'll summon Noah. and cannibalism and cannibals. The magic system is really, really sweet and wholesome. It's very much almost based on like a mindfulness and a community mindfulness approach and meditation, which I really like. It has some darker themes around colonization and subjugation of indigenous populations. It's just a good book. It's one of 2 books on this list from the author, from Danny. I have got more to read this year. I love Mexican food. Really, really good. Just too much spice for me personally. I am a repressed Englishman. We need to bear this in mind. So, there we go. Next, Before the Coffee Gets Cold. Yeah, I should have started this earlier in the day, really. You know what? I might get halfway and then give up and do the rest on another day. No, because it won't save it. No. I mean, Beetlejuice is a massive star that's going to go supernova probably in our lifetime, and we'll see it in the night sky and it will outshine the sun. But there we go. Yeah, Before the Coffee Gets cold. This book gets better the further in you go. It was possibly my biggest disappointment of the year. The conceit of this, there's a coffee shop, and if you sit in a certain chair at a certain time of day, you can speak to somebody from your past. However, you have to complete your interaction before your coffee gets cold. Really interesting idea. This has spawned a whole series. The first story kind of sets it up, but it feels quite repetitive, but it does get more interesting as you go through, as you're hitting characters that you've already met. It's believed to be going it may have already gone supernova the way things go. But yeah, it's believed that it could go supernova or visibly supernova for us at any moment. I love astronomy. I need to read more this year. Yeah, this disappointed me quite a bit. I love the conceit. I'm glad I stuck with it. It gets better the further in you get, and it does have an emotional punch at the end. But it's like saying, if you really, really like this film, it's like watching a film and the first 2 hours are rubbish, but the last hour is great. Why should I have to sit through 2 hours of rubbish? Is kind of how I feel about this. The ending redeems it, the last 2 stories, but it's meh for me. I have got the second book out of, I think. I was going to get the second book just out of curiosity. I was really hoping for another The Cat That Saved Books experience, which I loved that last year. Didn't get that with this at all. Right, Compound Fracture, Andrew Joseph White. Now, I've waxed lyrical about Andrew Joseph White a few times on this channel, on my channel. Hell Followed With Us is a book that I absolutely love, even though it makes me so angry by choice. This is the least gruesome of the books that they've done so far. It's another YA. This is good. It's set in the Appalachia. Or Appalachia. How do you pronounce it? I don't know. Probably the same way as cookies. But I didn't like this as much. It's still really, really good. And what I do like about this is that you can hear the accent through the way the dialogue's written, which you can't always get, because quite often I'll drop things into a neutral American accent in my head. The way that the words are actually written on page forces you to read them in accent, or at least the way I read anyway, forces me to read them in accent. Appalachia. Okay, I was pretty close. And this is set in like this backwater town that's fallen to bits, that's got a corrupt lawman, no health services nearby, and you have your main character who, just before they go out to like a party, New Year's party, I think it was a New Year's party, might not have been, it was some sort of big event anyway, might have been Thanksgiving, sent an email to the parents coming out as trans, and then they got absolutely battered by the son of the sheriff and a few other friends later on, because there's like a blood feud going on that has been going on for a century at this point. It's dark, it's gruesome. I don't like any of the characters in this. I don't think, not because they're badly written, because they're not. None of them are particularly likable. The main character, who I think is called Sadie. Where's W? Is it Sadie? Or is the dog Sadie? No, the dog's called Sadie. Pardon me. Or was that the... It does have dead naming in it. It's worth mentioning here as well. So this might be why I'm getting confused with names. Bear with me a second. Sadie's not even in the book. Where have I got that from? So the main character is called Miles. That is the name that they have chosen. So that is their name. And they are a really intense character to read, because not only are they transgender, so they're dealing with all their challenges and issues around that in small-time Trumpian America. Hey, Donna, how are you? Happy New Year. How is your spring going? I hope it's going well. But they're also a autistic character, which means that there's a number of challenges that I have to connect with them as a character, because I'm not American, transgender, or autistic. They're an interestingly written character, but they're so intense all of the time that it made this very tiring to read. It also worries me because from what I understand, this is inspired by Andrew's own personal life, and how broken is America, because it doesn't feel like we have places this broken here. I am going to buy the bestseller, the special edition of this book, though, because it's beautiful. This is my least favourite Andrew Joseph White book so far. It's the only one set modern day as well, just on a side point. The other is a historical fiction, a dystopian future. I believe their next book is actually adult fiction. This is YA. Just like Andrew Joseph White's other books, these are late age YA at best. So just bear that in mind, because they are very, very gruesome. But yeah, you have... I think that, again, it's a cultural divide thing, because a lot of the stuff that I see in this for the community that this is set in feels very alien to the UK. Yeah, the characters... I'm not saying the characters suck, because that's unfair, because they're just very hard for me to relate to, if that makes sense. Yes, I pretty cover buy all the time. It is the only way to buy... Ah, that's where they are. Rosie Talbot. That's the name of 12 Bones writer. I knew I'd remember it eventually. It's great to have the bookcase near me. It took... All three of their books that I've read so far have been difficult reads for different reasons. Hell Followed With Us, which I think is amazing, did something that I can't think of any other book doing, in that it made me angry enough to put it down in the first 10 pages, and it kicked off my parental instinct to protect like the main character right at the start of the book in a way that just stuck all the way through. Yeah, so interestingly, so Andrew Joseph White has spoken about this recently on Twitter, and is... These are classified as YA for marketing reasons, and it's a publisher decision. I can see potentially why you wouldn't want these in a school library. I'm not saying they shouldn't be there. And again, if you employ people to check the books that you can have in the library, what's the point of employing these people if you then overrule them, right? But yeah, it's. I can see why people might put, have they read the book? Because the core thing of these books is about acceptance and who you are as a person and discovering yourself and coming of age to a limited extent. I think this one more than the others, I can see why this one might get pushed, which is weird because it's the least gruesome. But again, you employ people to vet these books on the initial stage. If they've said it's fine, it's fine. Leave it be, unless you changed your criteria, and that's a very different question. Would I want my daughter reading this at 13? Probably not. Would I let her read it now at 15? Yeah, as long as we had a conversation about it and she understood what she was reading going in. But that's true of a lot of the books she's trying to read at the moment. So, Haunting of Adeline. Nope, you're not reading that one. Right, how far behind am I on stuff now? Pretty covers, yes. My brain is tired when you said I believe. My mind went... I mean, fair. Oh, God. Bonus comments. Back to Bookman called these... So I do know the next book is not YA, is adult horror. So I am interested and terrified to see what they do with that, because like Hell Followed Wither at times was one step away from extreme horror for me. Welcome Silent Book Club Riverview. You're organising your book lists. Huge mystery, thriller, and suspense reader. I don't read enough mystery and thriller, so I am welcome for recommendations. Oh, vision boards, nice. Nice. Sprints going well, thank you. Good, I'm glad the sprints are going well. Books, Gers, and Curs for Leslie's channel. Oh, down there. Normally I would just put a link in the chat, but because I've got multiple screens, I will break something. So, huzzah. Cool. Thank you, Leslie. I will catch you very soon. Right. God, there's so many. Right, I need to speed this up. Last conversation, Paul Tremblay. This was fine. Not read much Tremblay. What I have read, I've not been blown away by, but they have been shorter stories, and I think they need more time to breathe. This is one that looks at the ethics of cloning to save humanity, and this is the latest version of a clone trying to find a cure for a disease, and you have them basically succumbing to this disease slowly over time, with like their local doctor who appears to be one of a handful of people that were immune, but they don't know why. It's fine. I don't think the narration did this any favors from what I remember. It's another Amazon exclusive, so bear that in mind. Okay. Chrysalids and Requiem? Is that what you're called? I can't read my own thing. Where are you? Where are you? Quinton Lee. You're the author. Where's the... There we go. Yeah. Chrysalis and Requiem. I wish I liked this. This was a mess. This was a cover by. I've just realised I can't show the full cover on here because it has naked boobies. So let's not do that. This is a fantasy dark academia. The problem I have with this book is that it doesn't tell you anything about the world, and it kind of feels like it relies on knowledge of the world to understand what's going on. You have a magic school, you have a tier system for magic users based on race, you have a sapphic love interest, you have ritual killings. There's a lot of stuff going on here, but we don't have the underpinnings of the world. This isn't a sequel to another book, although I believe this is set in the same world as... I won't say it's called Teeth and Tarot, which I have not read yet. This was a cover by. It's the only cover by what's the word I'm after? I regret for this year. I may go back and reread it at some point to see if because it feels like this might be an extreme version of the of what I would call the unreliable narrator trope. but it still relies on too much knowledge of the world and the systems and the names and the places which the book doesn't give you. So you just stood there going, well, the character clearly knows what these things are. Me, as a reader, does not. I don't know how it would get that across better. Maybe being a longer book. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, a shame. I was very excited for that one, and it did not land at all. Pardon me. One that did land, though. I mean, it's a very... it's another book that has some religious undertones to it in terms of the cover work, a bit like Hell Followed With Us. So it's a very... I love the cover. I love the concepts. The execution... I've never felt so baffled reading a book in my life. I might as well have been reading about quantum physics. I'd have had more chance of understanding. I think the world building's there. I just think it's just not in the book. Like, I think that's as simple as what it is. I don't know. There's a lot of interesting concepts and ideas in there, but the book doesn't flesh them out. So you're kind of left guessing. So, there we go. I don't have unhinged reading. What do you mean? Six of Crows, Leigh Bardugo. I like this. This goes pretty high on my list. I read this and I read Crooked Kingdom, book 2. Yeah. Crooked Kingdom goes higher up than this because of the way it balances the duology out. And in fact, I'm going to find Crooked Kingdom now. Let's kill two birds with one stone. Where is Crooked Kingdom? Where are you? Right, well, when we get to Crooked Kingdom, it's going to sit just above that anyway. I don't think I've uploaded it, actually. I probably uploaded something twice. I did get very confused when trying to get all the thumbnails down for this. Yeah. Oh, I've just realised you mean the book Unhinged. That's not far off now. I like this. The characters don't have plot armor. Your intelligent characters are shown to be intelligent but still fallible. So it doesn't undermine the character work. It balances reasonably well the 6 main characters of this, although some get more time than others. That gets balanced out in book 2 in Crooked Kingdom. It's a decent high story. It makes sense. To the right. You say to the right, and then I started singing to the left in my head. There we go. Thank you. Oh, sugar. I like Crooked Kingdom more simply because I like the characters of Jesper and Wylan more, and they get more time. But overall, I really, really enjoyed this. Hey, Alan, how are you doing? Happy New Year. Hope you're doing well. This is proving to be a much longer live than I anticipated it to be. Because we're on, what, 15 books out of 150 so far? Yeah. But really enjoyed them. I've still not read the first series, Shadow and Bone, yet. I've read the graphic novel Demon in the Wood, which I really enjoyed as well. So I need to read Shadow and Bone. Then I need to read King of Scars and Rule of Wolves, which I believe has some characters that carry over as well. So, Sarah J. Maas. It was fine. It was better than Akatar. The character makes some stupid decisions based on plot requirements, which is what drops it. In fact, no, you know what? It can go there, because that's as much as I remember. The character making a couple of decisions that did not make sense for what we are shown and what we are told for the character, and it annoys me. If you are the assassin of the king, and you're really intelligent, I don't care how much you like the person who is in charge of protecting the king. You do not tell them, even if you love them and want them to bone you, you do not tell them that you are not in fact assassinating the people that the king is asking you to, that are a threat to the realm. You just don't. Okay? Okay. Just annoys me. Sarah J. Maas has one more chance to win me over with her writing. I do not have much hope. Cybernetic Tea Shop. This was really sweet. This is good. This is set in the far future where AI has been outlawed. But because of ethical concerns, what they haven't done is killed any AI or androids that are already alive. So you have the sort of autonomous, self-aware robots, androids, whatever you choose to call them, cybernetics, that are slowly but surely breaking down, but they can't get repaired because it's illegal to make repair parts. And they're fully autonomous, they're fully aware, fully functioning, almost human in many regards. And you sort of, there's this tea shop in, I think it's Seattle, and this autonomous robot is the only Sarah J. Maas one on this list now. Akatar's already near the bottom where it belongs. It's not bottom, so that's impressive. Alchemist sits there. And then you have a human character who is very much like a tech nerd who like wanders around and never really settled down, finds the way to Seattle and realizes that this character is very much this android. They sort of start to fall in love with them, and you have this really sweet romance. And you have this sort of wanderlust human and this cybernetic person who runs this tea shop because that's where their previous human partner used to live, and that was kind of what they were bought for, so they could run this tea shop for 200 years and then move on. So you've got an interesting thing. This, it's just so sweet and wholesome, but also you also have the side point of racism or speciesism, as you call it, I suppose, here, where people don't trust AI because of historical things. So you're having the issues where they need help from the police and not all the police are sympathetic or helping. You have hate crime, but you do have I put it on the list. I mean, I could have just not put it on the list out of insult, to be honest. Really, really sweet. Really, really sweet. It's another indie book. There's a few more indie books on the list coming up. I absolutely adored this. This was really, really good. Non-fiction read, Tales from the Dance Floor by Sasha Lord. I'll still be here tomorrow doing this at this rate. So, Tales from the Dance Floor by Sasha Lord is one of the big people in the UK club scene, specifically for setting up the Warehouse project here in the UK. Manchester born and bred, so this very much focuses around Manchester, where I live, and him getting into the music scene and setting up clubs in the 90s and the various different challenges, like with the gangs and so on and so forth, and the corrupt policing back in the day and how it's changed over the years. Their approach to dealing with drugs in clubs and stuff like that, the organisational challenges, celebrity stories. It's interesting if you're interested in music history, or specifically a little bit of Manchester's history as well. They do narrate it themselves, which is both a good and a bad thing, because you can hear the passion coming through. This is truly somebody who loves what they do, but they are not a very good narrator. Side point, they are advisor to the Mayor of Manchester, I believe, in terms of nighttime economy. So there we go. Bless. He probably won't need a nap. The Dangerous Convenience Store. I'm a retail worker. Every store is dangerous. This is, again, solid. Goes up here-ish. It's a manga. It's a BL manga, a boy love manga, set in, I think it's Japan. And you have this kid who is working in a convenience store to make ends meet for their family, but it's in a really rough, rundown neighbourhood where the Yakuza basically operate. And then this big, burly Yakuza takes a liking to him pretty much and protects him from all the bad Yakuza. There are still some issues. There's a lot of issues with BL manga in terms of consent. Need to mention that here. This isn't as bad as what some will hit later on. Sweet enough, well drawn. Not really got much more to say about it than that. Let's upset Jenny up and insult a Scots person now. Things We Say in the Dark by Kirsty Logan. This is a short story collection that made me feel like I was on a bad acid trip. I think I was in somebody's sprints when I was reading this, and I was trying to explain the stories. And I don't get it. A lot of people seem to really like this. This, felt like I just munched on a load of mushrooms that I shouldn't have done. Not badly written, quite evocative in its prose. Didn't work for me at all. Worse than Akatar. There we go. I don't know what that says. Darkness of the Unknown, I think it is. This is a short story collection by Ian Young, who is the author of The Automaton we've already spoken about. This is a number of stories that they started writing years ago, and they've just collected them all into a short story collection, which does include one of the stories that predates The Automaton and is linked to that. Interesting collection of sci-fi, horror, and fantasy. It's only short, I think there's maybe 13 stories in here. It's a decent short story collection. It's interesting as a window into an author learning their craft, as these have been written over the course of like 10 years, so you can see the evolution of their writing style throughout. Not really much more to say about that. It's worth checking out. Again, it's probably on Kindle Unlimited if you have that. Dead Inside. This one's Bad's fault, if Bad's still here. I buddy read this with Bad and with Noah. This is extreme horror. The best written extreme horror that I've read so far, by a country mile, it has to be said. But this is not for everyone. I enjoyed it well enough. There's one scene in here particularly involving a unalived baby that is very hard to digest. Know what you're going into with this. It is really well written. Really, really, really well written. In the hands of a lesser author, this would have been on the burn pile. But there's enough humanity to these horrific characters that it keeps you going, and these are tragic characters. I like the twist at the end, even though I did guess what it was. It was decent. The best extreme horror I've read this year, probably. So, there we go. Dead Silence by S.A. Barnes. I switched from reading the ebook of this to the audio. The audio saved this, because otherwise it would have been I forgot this existed. Lauren Ezzo did the audio for this. They'll come up later on in a couple of other books as well. This book would have coped better as 2 novellas and needed an editing pass and needed to have its pacing fixed. It was fine. That's as much as I can say about it. Lauren Ezzo's narration is really, really good, though. They are one of my favourite authors. So, really, really good. Next up, I actually just need to check something with this one, because I want to double check the... Where are you? I'm sure it's Romero that wrote it. Where's R? Where's R on my bookcase? I can't see it. Oh no, it's there. There we go. So next up is Death's County by R.M. Romero. Now, I didn't realise, so I have got the physical edition of this, but I actually did do the audiobook in the end. And so this is written as a spoken word performance, which I didn't realise when I listened to it, which I think has helped boost the book, to be honest, because there's another book on here, Black Flamingo, which suffered for this, which we'll touch on in a minute. And this is basically a retelling of Orpheus and Eurydice from Greek myth. It's decent. It has, again, some healthy polyamorous relationships in here, which is good to see. This is another YA. It's another one from Peachtree. It's another one that has an absolutely gorgeous cover. I enjoyed this quite a bit, and again, I didn't realise that this was a spoken word performance, or written as a spoken word performance at the time. I realised afterwards when I read something and then went, hang on a minute, and checked, and it is basically written in verse all the way through. Worth checking out if you like your alternative reimaginings of classics or legends. Creeper by A.M. Shine. This was good other than the ending. Irish folklore. creepy countryside, cannibalism potentially, rural communities cut off from the world, and people trying to find out more about the beliefs of this area. What didn't work for me with this was the ending, which was not supernatural in the slightest. Up until then, it was good. It was another audiobook. Just didn't blow me away in the same way The Watchers did, and Stay in the Light, which we will get to later on. Unhinged. Doorknob is all I'm going to say. It was fine. It was what it was. Had a surprising amount of world building in it, involving Zeus and the knot of a tree, and his inability to say no. There are some things in here that I really, really liked, but that doorknob scene, like, to make me, generally it's to get the genie out of the lamp, you rub the lamp. She wasn't rubbing that doorknob. Let me tell you, she were doing other things to it. It was fun. It was fine. I will never reread it. I do not feel the need to read Squeak or any of the others. It was exactly what it was. I do like one scene late on where the door become human, saves their lover, and turns into a door, and then the door collapses on the person who they were saving them from. Liked that. That made me giggle. But overall, this was... I cannot put it that high. It needs to go down here somewhere. It was fine. If you're after absurdist erotica, this is decent. Dragon Rider. So this has come up actually in Discord recently, well, in the last couple of days, because the follow-up is out later this year. This book started really, really poorly. It felt very tonally inconsistent. I love the word ensconced. That is a good word. Safe journey home. And I will probably still be going through these in 7 hours' time. So this is by Taran Matharu, who previously has done largely YA. And part of where the issue I have with this is that at times this feels YA rather than what it is actually meant to be, which is epic fantasy. It also has very short chapters, which is something I don't like as a rule of thumb. Now, what I will say is, in the first third of this book, there's some tonal inconsistencies with the characters. The short chapters do not work. When you get to the last half of the book in particular, the short chapters make sense. Like, genuinely, it works really well and helps with the pacing. But until that point, until the first third was a bit rough to get through, and I actually regretted buying it initially. It ended up being pretty good. Dragons in books always goes well. It doesn't reinvent the wheel. It is a load of fancy tropes that you'll have seen elsewhere. It does them solidly enough that I've pre-ordered book 2. And this cover is the UK cover. The US cover is, I don't think, as good. It's not as stylized. It looks a lot more YA, as Elmo said recently about the cover for book 2, because we've put a comparison in the Discord for book 2's US versus UK cover, and universally, the UK cover is prettier. So, there we go. Dragon's Betrothed, Volume 2. This is a spicy little thing. This is another BL, uncensored. Surprisingly wholesome. It's going in there. This is following on from book 1, where a dragon water spirit has basically been marinating their lover that has been promised to them, so that basically he can devour them and take their soul. But you actually have a story of developing true love here. Again, we have consent issues with a BL manga. Very well drawn, very explicitly drawn as well. This shows all the things. Let's put it that way. It's good. It's sweet. I don't know if the series is continuing, but I think as far as the spicy manga, this is probably the best of the ones that I've read this year, and the artwork is spectacular. So there we go. Duckett and Dyer, Dicks for Hire. This is just so much fun. It goes in best of the rest. I enjoyed this quite a bit. It's one of my last reads of the year. I'd actually bought this back in August, and then I got it in my book subscription box, so that was fun. Basically, an idiot and who's a bit of a layabout, and their sort of roommate accidentally end up multiverse hopping and trying to solve an anomaly, basically based around the fact that somebody has put in an advert calling them detectives for hire, which they are most certainly not. The sheer sense of exasperation that Duckett feels towards Dyer for a lot of this, and Dyer's slow unpeeling of why they are the way that they are, is really well done. And this is very much the absurdity of the situations and the chemistry between the two characters that really sells this. I think this is a trilogy. It's definitely a series. I think it's a trilogy. I will be reading book 2 at some point. T. Kingfisher, What Feast at Night. This was good. It was not as good as the first one. So, the first one, which is name I cannot remember. Where are you? You're down there. What Moves the Dead was book 1. So, What Feast at Night is book 2. So, the first one was a retelling of Fall of the House of Usher. This follows the same characters afterwards. It's good. Tonally, the main character of Alex Easton doesn't quite feel the same. They feel a lot more light-hearted. That might be because of what the story's about. But I do like this approach to investigating various different folklores, especially lesser-known ones. This touches on, I think it's Slavic folklore, Eastern European folklore. Really interesting ideas. It doesn't have the same ick factor that What Moves the Dead had in a couple of places, but it is still very, very, very good. So again, it's a novella. I am curious to see if Kingfisher continues with this Alex Easton series. I want to know what comes next. Hey, Jenny. No, we are nowhere near the end because I've read too many books this year. How are you doing? How has your new year been? As if I don't know, because I talk to you all the time. The Fall Is All There Is by C.M. Kaplan. So, this is really good. Missed out on my top 10, and actually missed out on my side mentions as well. But this is a dystopian future that mixes fantasy with steampunk. You have a steampunk horse, you have a world that's gone to hell, you have body augmentation, you have a main character who is in many ways quite similar to the main character from Compound Fracture, actually, in that because of some of their thought processes, they are such an intense read throughout. They take special medication, for want of a better word, to lessen some of their symptoms. They are portrayed as autistic in here, and this allows them to cope better with social situations. You have a coup which mixes in a bit of a Game of Thrones aesthetic to some of the political intrigues as well. I really, really, really liked this one. I cannot wait for book 2 to come out later this year. Connor, as well, on a side point, is a really supportive author if you ever need to reach out to them. They've very kindly sent me a couple of books that I can't get in the UK that they've written, so I'll be reading through them this year. But excited for book 2. The world is fascinating. I want to know why it's as fucked as it is. It's not an easy read, though. This is very much grim. This is grim, dark dystopian fantasy. So bear that in mind going in. Case and Calendar, Felix Ever After. I really like this. I really, really, really like this. This is based around a student trying to get to an Ivy League art school in the US, and they are transgender. They are from a single parent family, struggling to be accepted. Not accepted, but their dad is struggling with the idea of their child transitioning, trying to be supportive, messing it up quite a bit. But they have very much this almost persecution complex is the way it comes across at times, understandably so because of some of the things that happens. And they go into their college one day, or their school, whatever the right term is, to find pictures of them pre-transition with their dead name plastered all over the artboard. And you have a situation where they're convinced it's a certain person who's done it and goes out to destroy them. I was advised to read this when I was in a good state of mind. It was great advice that I was given for that. The writing is really strong. You have this arc for the main character as they come to terms and acceptance with who they are and who they like as well, and their best friend and what that relationship looks like, as well as their perceived bully who is not who you think it is. Really, really good. This has a lot of heart. It's very, very hopeful. This just missed out on my top 5. This was absolutely amazing, though. I am looking forward to reading more of Kayson's work. First Day, Rex Burke, prequel to Odyssey Earth. This was solid. Very, very short story. If you've not read Odyssey Earth, it won't really do much for you. It is basically introducing Captain Juno Washington to the AI of Reeves before they develop their personality. Just give you a little bit of backstory into the Odyssey Earth series and where it sort of germinated from. This is available for free from the author's website if you sign up to the newsletter. I have spoken about Rex Burke quite a lot on the channel. This is a solid, if unspectacular read. If you read the entire series, it does move up to Goodreads though. But I need to put it there just because it doesn't quite... For neutral, it might not do anything. Black Flamingo by Dean Atter. I was very excited by this and very let down. Spoken word performance. This is another banned book in the US. Shocker. Written as a spoken word performance, and it didn't land for me, and I wonder if listening to the audio would have done better. Simple as. Following a person of mixed heritage living in London before they move away, and they are, I think it's Greek cross Jamaican heritage, but living in London, so you're dealing with the pressures of 2 different cultures and living in a third, whilst coming to terms with your own gender and sexuality, and you have a moment of immense empowerment when they become a drag queen. And the fact of, actually, no, this is part of who I am, and all of who I am is great. And that is a really powerful moment, but the execution didn't land for me. I wanted to like this more than I did. I wish I'd listened to it rather than read it. So, I have read a lot. I've read too much. Far too much. I've been doing this for 2 hours and we're not halfway. We are going to have to speed up. 5 Survive by Holly Jackson. I've heard great things about Holly Jackson. I can't remember anything about this book other than it's people going on road trip, get shot at by a sniper, and one has secret. That's it. Moving on. Did not... It, as far as thrillers went, it was blah. Flamer. Banned book. Goes straight up there. This hit me in the emotional feels because it reminded me of what bullying felt like at high school. This is set in the 90s. It looks at gender... No, that's not a word. Gender stereotypes. It looks at toxic masculinity, especially around young men in the 90s. It looks at religious shame and how that can look, especially when you're discovering your own sexuality or gender as well, and what that can feel like. This is a really heart-wrenching book that pulls from the author's own experiences, and the art style, whilst very, very simple and not overly drawn, is incredibly powerful, with it generally being black and white. I mean, there's other things. If I'm reading instead of eating, it's bad, although that never gets in the way of me eating. This probably my favourite banned book of this year that I've read. I think this is the 2nd or 3rd most banned challenge book in the US. But the use of colour in certain slides at the high emotional moments are really well done. The moment of, oh shit, what have I done? When the main character goes in to kiss their best friend, and you have this moment of shock and revulsion, and then them beating themselves up over being different. It's really, really, really powerful. Love this. Absolutely love it. It's a hard read, but I absolutely love it. Revenant Games. Hunger Games, but with vampires and witches. It's Fine by Maggie Fuston. Some interesting ideas. It's going to be part of at least a duology, possibly a series. It was fine for what it was. I can't remember much about it now. I will probably still read book 2. It was okay. A few of the characters were quite interesting. You can kind of guess where it's going to go, though, although there were a couple of interesting twists in here. I am curious about the world. I like the idea of humanity being squashed in this sort of dead zone in the middle of vampires on one side, witches on the other, and blood being almost like the most valuable currency, with human blood especially being potent and therefore needed either for the vampires for food or for the witches for magic. And obviously that then becomes the currency of humans to try and get themselves out. As the Revenant games is something that happens once every X amount of years, or maybe once every year, where someone can win favour from one or the other, and the aim is to kidnap as high a ranking person as you can, either be a witch or a vampire. Whoever gets the highest ranking person wins a favour. What that favour is, well, careful what you wish for. Really, really liked it. I like the fact that kind of there's no good side here. The main character is not a good person, like, at all. By the end of it, you do not feel particularly sorry for her. But neither are most of the people around her. So, very much a character that's been moulded into what they are. Necromancer called Gam Gam. I like this. Wholesome horror. Necromancer grandma who knits scarves for their skeleton undead army, who saves a young girl who is going to be murdered and persecuted, or kidnapped and forced into servitude for the Empire because of her own special skills. This was a lot of fun. I loved reading this. I know Kat's read this, didn't like it as much as me. I think this is really, really good. It's really, really sweet. It's inspired by a D&D character, which adds to the interest for me. It's only a short book, maybe 120 pages-ish. It does have a sequel and a couple of other books, which we will get to shortly. More banned books. Wholesome horror is a very rare... I mean, I say horror. There isn't much in here that I class as horror itself, past the fact that you have undead hordes. There's a few moments in here that I class this more as wholesome fantasy with horror elements is probably a more accurate way of putting it. But everywhere seems to tag it as horror, so... But it's the fact that you have this necromancer who stereotypically are evil, dark, not good people, and basically it's your grandma that knows everybody down the pub, even the rough and tumble people, who's just sat there knitting scarves for their undead butler with their undead cat called Nugget. It's surprisingly sweet. And the interesting thing is Gam Gam isn't the main character either of this or book 2. They're very much the thing that drives the story forward for the main character. So this book is gated by Juno Dawson. Banned book, obviously. It's fine. It's a non-fiction book. It's a self-help / health book. There is nothing in here that should be banned in a school. This talks about finding yourself, safe spaces, self-sexual and health practices, mental health. Genuinely, this is all stuff that we teach anyway. This is just specifically aimed at people who are not straight. And even if you are, all the stuff in here still largely applies. The fact this is banned is stupid to me. It baffles me. Moving on. There's nothing in here that I didn't know. There is some interesting, useful knowledge of terminology and certain words that people might not, especially because this is aimed at a younger demographic. So that's useful, but the problem you have there is words change over time. And there is some criticism of this book for not being as representative as perhaps it's portrayed to be, which I get to a point, but this is an updated version that I've read, so I don't know how that compares to the earlier version. Nothing in here is unnecessary or bad. It's not preachy. This is just, hey, if you're going to do things, be safe, kind of thing. There's nothing groundbreaking with this book. Genderqueer, the most banned book. This is a hard one to play. So this is a graphic novel based on the author's own life experience of going through puberty, going through their own gender identity, their own sexuality, feeling different, and it doesn't go up there, it goes down here. This is an odd one because I can see why people might object to this because of some of the imagery in here, purely because it's a graphic novel. Do I think this should be unavailable in schools? No. But this is one that I can understand the debate on a little bit. The problem with this is that this book is most useful to people that are in high schools. Yeah, it's a weird one, this. It was a fascinating read. It's well drawn. It covers a whole host of issues that the author themselves went through. It's not the easiest of read, and again, some of the imagery in here is very striking and very evocative, which is potentially why you do see like Mums for Justice or whatever it's called in the US, the nut job group, have posted screenshots of certain pages of this, and without context, absolutely you'd ask the question, why is that in my in a school library? But this is why context is important. This is also, interestingly enough, the only book review that I've done that has had close to a negative comment within my comment section, where I actually had a discussion with the commenter because what they saw, they didn't actually watch the video, which is quite often the issue with book bannings. People haven't read the books. So there we go. Genderqueer. It is an invaluable resource that will save lives. It needs to be available. How that availability looks, I think we need to look at our education systems a little bit, because people need to feel that they can ask for these sort of materials without judgment, and I think that's where the challenge comes in. Gideon the Ninth. So this goes in my top 10. I can't remember where in my top 10. We're going to put it there. This is based almost entirely on the narration by Carolyn Quirk. The narration of Gideon is so on point, so full of sass, that it just carries everything. And each character has a unique voice, unique cadence, unique accent even. If I read this book, I don't think I'd like it as much. And that's the catch. The plot is madly confusing. Less confusing than book 2, which we'll get onto later on. But the narration is so good. Nowhere near halfway yet. Yeah, it's still going. I've still got a voice. We're going to be here for a few more days. Well, yeah, Gideon the Ninth goes in based on the strength of the narration for me, rather than the strength of the story, which feels like a weird thing to say, but I liked it well enough. I do like the world. There's some interesting concepts, which then get further explored, screwed up, confused in the second book. But I love the character of Gideon, and I love their interaction with Harahak Nonagesimus, the matron daughter of the House of the Ninth. So, how did the editing go? Did it go well? I hope it went well. I really should have done a better job of printing these thumbnails. Can't read that. So we have a short story collection from Islet Murphy. So this was okay. It's only a short story. It's a year after someone's wife has died, and their neighbour comes around to keep them company on Halloween. There's ghosts. There's 2 unreliable narrators. It feels very basically written in many ways, which seems like a weird thing to say, but it kind of comes together at the end. simply because I'm just trying to find what the actual name of the book is, because I can't read it on there. Oh, my voice is starting to go. It was okay. I think it came together better at the end than it had previously suggested it was going to. It didn't take me long to read. It was fine, is the best way I can describe it. Gone but not forgotten. Yeah, the interesting thing where the initial way the two main characters are portrayed and where they end up, and they're both not reliable, is an interesting way to go. The writing just lacked a certain level of detailing for me. It was fine. I might just get my child to make me a drink in a minute, to be honest. Goosebumps by E.L. Stein. I think this is the first one of the series. Oh my god, I should have... Don't do that. Right, let me just... I've got another way I could do this. Hang on, where's... Well, give me a second while I pull that over there. No, that one. Right, do we still have visibility of the thing? Yes, we do. Okay, right. I want not that. I want that. Oh, it's put it on the wrong screen. Okay, where Goosebumps. Right, welcome to Dead House. There we go. Fine. Forgot it existed. I can't tell you much about it. It is a middle grade horror story. It does the job. I am too old for middle grade horror, I think, is what the issue is there. If I'd read this at school, it would have been fine. Oh, just give me 2 secs. Right, we'll see. We'll see if that works. Right, next up, Siege of Burning Grass by Premi Mohammed. This is weird. So, this is basically a thought experiment on war and what it's like to be a conscientious objector during wartime, and at what point does doing that cause more harm than good. My issue with this is that, and we touched on this with Butcher in the Forest, Premi has a very literary writing style, if that makes sense. It's very dense, which I sometimes struggle with. The problem with this is about 360 pages and a total of 5 chapters. So you're looking at about 70 pages a chapter. And that made this a really tiring read, even though I actually find there's nothing wrong with the writing. It was just so tiring to read because you didn't have a stop point, if that makes sense. Which I know a lot of people have the same issue with Pratchett, but because this is quite a heavy topic, it was an exhausting read for me. I love what it was trying to do, and I think because of the way it's written, it kind of put you into the headspace of your main character first, with this almost like war weariness and tiredness. Now, I like long chapters, but I think 69 pages in a chapter is too much. When it's something heavy like this, it can work. Wheel of Time does long chapters. They don't bother me. 60 pages a chapter consistently doesn't work. It goes in solid because I like the premise and I like what it was doing. I don't like the execution. If I speak all day, I can't shout at my boss tomorrow when I go and work. So, there we go. We can skim through the next couple, though. We have Heartstopper, volumes 2 through 5. Number 3 is my favourite by a country mile. because the way it introduces some of the darker themes of the story. But I love all of them. I love the series, and I was a little bit nervous going into it because the art style I looked at and went, is that it? But it ends up working so well together with what it's doing that, yeah, absolutely love it. I don't have enough good things to say. I can't wait for the next one to come out, last one to come out, which I believe is this year. But for me, number 3 is the best of the bunch. I know that's kind of an unpopular opinion, but the way it approaches mental health, exam stress, the thoughts of a potential eating disorder and how difficult it is to communicate this and how you support people with that, especially when they potentially don't acknowledge that they have these challenges. Why would I be shouting at my boss? Because it's a cover boss and they've been on sick and they're an idiot. So, just one more day to deal with them. Curse Bunny and Other Mischiefs, 13 short stories. This was good. It's a short story collection. It's very mixed. The first story is talking about a sentient turducken, or 3-bird roast, that becomes sentient, becomes alive, it goes on a murder spree, reenacting its own potential demise on humanity. That's story number 1. Some stories work really well, some stories don't. My personal favourite was one where a survivor survived like this sort of Squid Games-esque thing where they got out alive and decided that they were going to show they were better at doing this than the rich establishment. So they're going around shooting money out of cannons to cause social disorder in drunken situations. I got the arc for free. I appreciate it being sent out. Some of this worked really well. The ones that didn't work did not work at all for me. But it was good. I enjoyed it quite a bit. Mechanical Heart. I forgot I read it. This is another AI linked one from what I remember, but the AI doesn't realise that AI. It had a lot of plot contrivances in it. It wasn't bad. The first half was better than the second half, and I can't remember much about it other than they worked in a bookshop. I am on leave after tomorrow. I cannot wait. Hyo the Hellmaker. I really like this. This goes up here. And actually, you know what? Where does it go? Probably there. 60. Am I only at 60? Oh, bugger off. This is an underrated gem for me. It's a beautiful book. No, I'll just keep going. Whoops. So I need to justify buying the new phone that I've just bought. So this is my justification for it. This is my punishment. This tells a story of a hellmaker, which is basically somebody who deals in curses, and they go to the land of the gods to find out. Basically, there was an agreement after a gods' war that certain things can only be controlled by certain people, and there's a belief that some of the gods are cheating this, so they go to try and find out. But this actually has sort of anime style artwork in it, which really helps build on the story. And whilst it is primarily a written work, the artwork really adds to it. It's an absolutely gorgeous book. Last time I looked, it was under 100 ratings on Goodreads. Hopefully it's gone up by now. But I absolutely adored this. This was amazing. It's got pushed down my list over the course of a year, but I really do think people should check this one out. It's... Where is it? I want to show pictures of it. Where would I put this on my bookcase? Down there? No, not down there. Maybe there it is. Found it. Yeah, so it just has these. I'm trying to find a good example now. Just like throughout the book, you have like the artwork just to help build, which gives it almost like a manga feel in places. But come here. But then you have the inverted colours occasionally on the pages where your page is black instead of white and vice versa. But it is a chunky book as well. It's 518 pages. So it's still a lot of book, but really, 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 really good. Ice Planet Barbarians. Still prefer it to The Alchemist. The first chapter on this. I don't like it when a book introduces something really horrible just to make the good person's thing that's horrible seem good. And this has severe sexual assault of characters on page, and then less serious essay by the romance option in the first point. But because they're the romance option, and because it's not as bad, it's acceptable. No. Moving on. Iron Flame was good. There. It needed an editing pass. It needed trimming down. The first third should have been quartered in length. The least interesting thing of this book is the relationship between Xaden Ryerson and Violet Sorrengail. I want more dragons, I want more world building, and the world building in here is really, really, really good. The spice scenes are fine. The throne scene is especially well done. It just didn't work as well as it did in book one. It just didn't. And the miscommunication trope is one that I generally don't like anyway, and this did not do it especially well. Right, Metamorphosis, Frank Kafka. Forgot I read it. I realised that everyone seems to really, really like Kafka. Well, it goes higher up. I can't put it under Sarah J. Maas. Can't put that under Sarah J. Maas either. All that. It was too thought experiment for me. It was too esoteric in what it was doing. So it just didn't land. And it's a classic. Moving on, Leather and Lark. This is the follow-up to Butcher and Blackbird. This was saved by the last third of the book, but it was a massive disappointment. I do not like Lachlan Kane. I do not particularly like whatever the love interest name was, which I can't remember. There are moments in here that are really good, especially in the back half. The spice scenes are well done. I will say that when we eventually get there. But you have a moment at the beginning where you have this level of chemistry that's really good, and then it just jettisons it out the window for the first half of the book. So for a lot of the book, the highlight is the cameos of the characters from Butcher and Blackbird, and that's a problem. There's still enough here for me to want to read book 3, which is Scythe and Sparrow, which is out this month or early next month. I know I've got it on pre-order. So there we go. I do yell at people quite a lot in work, and I have asked my bosses if they're stupid multiple times. Leech by Haran Eanes, yes. This one is not one for everyone. I really, really liked this. It kept me... This is an unreliable narrator trope done well. Best way I could put it, it's just done well. The character doesn't know what's going on, you don't know what's going on, and as it reveals bits of the plot to you, it builds the world out in such an organic way. That being said, this will not work for everybody, so this is very much going to be a Marmite read for a lot of people. I personally really liked it. It works for me exceptionally well, and it still leaves a lot of grey areas as well that aren't filled in, which I do actually sometimes appreciate in my horror. So, Legendborn, Tracy Dion, this was fine, which I know is probably a bit of a controversial thing because everyone seems to really like this. The writing was fine, the dialogue felt stilted. It did not work for me as well as I thought it was going to. I have still got book 2. I bought book 2 first because I'm an idiot. A couple of the relationships are interesting to me, but it didn't break any new ground. I do like the way the magic system works. I'm curious to see how that fills out. Again, I think this is a UK versus US cultural divide thing in some ways. I had a lived experience thing where it just didn't quite click. The Only Light Left Burning by Eric J. Brown. This is a follow-up to All That's Left in the World, I think it's called. Really enjoyed it. A natural follow-up to the previous one. This introduces how terrifying the idea of a herd of alligators is attacking you, first of all, naturally in Florida. This does also have the miscommunication trope. I don't like it here either. I like it more than in other books that I've read. But the character work is still very strong, as these two lovers that got together in book one realise that their safe haven isn't as safe as they thought it was, as they try and make their way back to where they started across a very hostile land. Not everyone makes it out of this. It is quite brutal in a few areas as well. It is a YA also. Dystopian future, set post-pandemic. I like this quite a lot. I have another Eric J. Brown book to read, although that did not sit as well with me initially. But I really like this, and I like the way this ended as well. Fast forward like 10-15 years into the future to see where they ended up. What I'm going to do this next one, and then I'm going to go and make a drink, and then I'll be back. We have Percy Jackson and Lightning Faith, because I want to upset Jenny before I go. It was fine. I can't remember much about it. I remember it being fast-paced, non-stop action. That's all I remember. I can't remember any of the action other than one on a Ferris wheel. I do have the other books to read. I will read them. They're on my shelf. It was an easy enough read. It might just be a case of I have read better mythological inspired fantasies, and this is middle grade again, aged out of it a little bit, I think is what that one is. Yes, excuse me, quite a bit. I do have, I think, all of the books on the shelf, so I am going to go back to it. Some of it just didn't land, but it's because the writing was a bit too young for me. Bear in mind, I am 42 in a few days. I will still be doing this list before I hit 42. Right, what I am going to do, I'm going to go on a break. I will be back in about 5 minutes with a cup of coffee to lubricate my throat. So, enjoy yourselves. I will be back very, very shortly. And we're back. I have coffee. I've just spilt it everywhere. Right. So, now that Jenny has picked herself up off the floor, could be true. I've been reading these for a good few years, so I still enjoy. I mean, that's fair. If you started them early, it may well go better for you, to be honest. So, right, where are we up to? Oh, we've reached a Rex Burke. Here we go. We can have something good then. So far, we're looking quite good. Mainly good. Mainly good. Yeah, it does make me wonder, because obviously I read Harry Potter when I was younger. I didn't read Percy Jackson. Although I would not touch Harry Potter with a barge pole anymore. Especially after her latest meltdown on Twitter. But never mind. Never mind. Right, third lock from the sun. I love this book. I like Rex Burke. Rex Burke is very, very good. This was a lot of fun. Probably goes down there. This is set in Scotland. Hopefully Jenny's not back and isn't going to kill me for that. Young student, summer break, gets a job in like this resort in Scotland, only to find out that no one actually goes there, and that the job was only up because the owner forgot to take it down. However, there is no transport links, which feels like the rest of the UK, and so they can't get back for like a week until the next ferry comes over. There's no bus service, so they're very much caught in what I would call a very country bumpkin area. I'll talk to you later about what they've done this time. So while they're there, however, they uncover the fact they meet the local nut job who is ranting about these fairies that live on his beach. Everyone thinks he's an alcoholic and insane. Turns out that they are, but there's a sci-fi twist to them. So I do quite like it when sci-fi and fantasy get mixed over. This is a lot of fun. It has a lot of humour in there. Like all Rex's books do, there is nothing more absurd than either teenagers or a city boy in a country village. If you have watched Hot Fuzz with Simon Pegg, that's kind of the vibe you've got going here with the character just without police. So, Lost Boy by Christina Henry. I like this quite a bit. Probably goes there. That probably needs to move down. That needs to move down as well. That probably needs to move down. So this is an alternative reimagining of the story of Captain Hook and Peter Pan, going back to when Peter Pan and Hook were best friends and Hook was one of the Lost Boys. I really like this interpretation of the character, and in fact this kind of swings closer to the original idea of Peter Pan as the villain of the piece, because initially in the works around him, Hook wasn't even there, and the closest to a villain that the story had was Peter themselves, and this swings slightly closer to that idea, which I really, really like. I love the relationship between Peter and Hook, and the idea of Hook becoming a villain over time because of the curse that ties him to Peter, and the fact that actually all he wants to do is look after the rest of the Lost Boys and kind of protect them from Peter's worst instincts. Really, really good. We have a first chapter read on the channel. I do need to read more Christina Henry. I was meant to read more earlier this year. I have Horseman, which is a Sleepy Hollow reimagining or reinterpretation, I suppose. The House That Horror Built, and Girl in Red, which is Little Red Riding Hood on my shelf. They're reads that are coming up pretty soon. I cannot wait for that. Life in the Big City is next. This is an interesting one in that I think this is a really good read. I think it's the wrong time of life for me reading it. This is... what's the name? You know when a channel name just falls? This year, last year. Yeah, it's fine. I'll probably write 2023 on a date tomorrow when I'm in work. And then I'll get circled by idiot manager. So this is a story of a young man in, I think it's South Korea. I think it's around Seoul. And their life growing up as gay. And how their life develops. So we've got these sort of time jumps. So from like their student years, where it was all hookups and alcohol, working through as they become over time slightly more. I do need a notebook. Slightly more. This is all from memory. I think I'm doing quite well. Going through Jilly Wonka. There we go. Knew it'd come to me. So this is Jilly over at Jilly Wonka's channel's favourite book. They reread this every year. That's where I got the recommendation from. Also, Jack Edwards has spoken about this, which, if you don't know who Jack Edwards is, do you even booktube? And it talks about like the various difficulties that the main character faces over the course of their life and how they begin to cope, which is the best word I can use, with the repercussions of their decisions and what that looks like, and how sometimes coping isn't really coping. It's a really powerful novel. Again, it's more literary than my normal taste, and I don't tend to read much of contemporary stuff, but this was a really interesting read. I can see why Jilly speaks so highly of it. Not a book to my taste, but it's still very, very strong. However, talking about a book that isn't to my taste, MADK. This is a graphic novel that I gave 1 star to because of its depiction of SA. This is another BL manga. I significantly do not like this. I was speaking to Noah about this one. The art style is really good. The art style leaves nothing to the imagination, however, and this involves the main character basically making a deal with the demon and cannibalizing the demon and eating them, and then being trapped as a pleasure slave, unwillingly, in hell for all eternity. Which one are we talking about here? We're talking about MADK. I will not say anything else. I hate this. I hate this for one scene in particular, which I'm not going to describe here. Yeah, I mean, it's on my shelf still. I haven't got rid of it yet, but this exemplifies a lot of the issue I have with BL. What book are you talking about? Just double check. Just want to double check. Just in case I'm getting mistaken. Because otherwise, there's something I want to talk about this, and I am going to talk about it in a minute. No, you're going to be talking about life in the big city, probably. Right, so there is a scene in here where the main character, who is also very young, is paralyzed. Lost boys. Okay. That's okay then. Is paralyzed, stripped naked, and is sexually assaulted by a demon with a appendage that is excessively large, at which point I threw the book away. I've still got it. Don't read this series. It's awful. It's really bad. Don't like it. Don't like it at all. I did not know that going in. So there we go. Speaking of horrific, but for good reasons, Mouse by Art Spiegelman. Really, really good. Really, really powerful. Also banned because, you know, it's depicting history. This is a semi-biographical graphic novel told through the idea of using animals in place of various different factions in World War II. Why do people think it's alright? I don't know. I don't know. I do get that culturally consent varies by country, which I don't necessarily like, but I realise that's a thing. But that in particular, and also this is part of a series. This isn't a book, just a standalone. This is an ongoing series, which worries me a lot. So that may actually be the one book that I burn this year, actually, as a repeat for last year. Well, Mouse is really powerful. It looks not just at what happened in concentration camps in World War II, but also the amount of damage that caused for relationships between the survivors of those horrific things and their children, and the effect that had going forward in terms of what normal life looked like, and the amount of stress and healing that never managed to be fully overcome. Really powerful. The fact that this, of all the books on here that are challenged, the fact that this is challenged in the US offends me more than anything else. Should be read as part of anything involving World War II history, as far as I'm concerned. Stephen King, my only Stephen King today, Mile 81. It was fine. Absolutely nothing to say about it. It did its job. We have a car that eats people. Not got much more to say about that. Same with The Monkey's Paw as well, actually. This is a short story by W. Jacobs that came out, I think, in the 1920s. I'm still here. I still have a lot to go. Came out in the 1920s. I have done the short story read on my channel for this one. The story is fine. The idea of someone getting this artifact which you can place wishes from, but be careful what you wish for, because what you get might not be what you think you're asking for. Perfectly fine. Lost in the Neverwood. This is another Peter Pan reimagining, but set after the Peter Pan story, where Peter ends up in the real world, and it's fine. It's egregiously fine. This is my most disappointing of Aidan Thomas's books so far. I do wonder if that's because they are working off a pre-existing character and IP. Couple of interesting ideas in here, but the characters didn't work, the world building didn't work. It felt very flimsy compared to the other books that they've written, for me personally. Lilac. This, I believe, was quite controversial. I didn't know about this, but this was apparently marketed as being like ACOTAR. It's not. It's better written than ACOTAR. It's not better written than ACOTAR. In fact, it goes down here. It was fine. No, it goes there because ACOTAR actually annoys me. It was fine. I remember very little about it. There's a couple of interesting ideas. There's a curse that's fallen over the land. Every so many years, groups get together to try and break the curse. But it's not very original. It's very trope-filled. You can see the twists in the plot the minute characters are introduced. You can just tell. You have stereotypical bad guy. Well, they're not going to be the bad guy, are they? The bad guy is going to be the one that you think is the good guy. That's how these stories work. It's a series. I'm not continuing with it. It was aggressively okay. And I'll be honest, I've forgotten I'd listened to it as well. The narration was pretty good, though. James Herbert's The Jonah. Again, this is fine. This, I believe, is Herbert not at their best, which is a shame, because I've not read any of James Herbert before. I do have The Rats to read, which I think I'm doing with Hermit at some point. This is less a horror and more a thriller-ish. Some interesting concepts. Don't really have a huge amount to say about it, to be honest. You have the unlucky policeman who is seen as a curse to the force, despite not doing anything wrong themselves, hence them known as the Jonah, being sent off to this little fishing village where nothing ever happens, just to get them out of the way. And then they start to discover things like a drugs ring and stuff like that. It's solid. It's unspectacular. Oh god, I've just seen what's coming up. So Juniper's Folly. Another Peachtree book, which means another amazing cover. This is a middle grade / early YA horror. Again, you have some decent coming of age. What's the word I'm after? Discovering of sexuality going on here. I do like the fact that for something that's aimed at a younger audience, I like the fact that the ending of this, the main characters, the ones that we spend our time with that are good people, they don't get out unscathed. I like that. Too often, especially in books aimed at younger readers, the sort of heroes of the piece, heroes is the wrong word for this, but like your main characters get out perfectly unscathed, nothing goes wrong, and they live happily ever after. That doesn't happen here. There's lasting consequences to the story. Oh no, please, when you get to Kirsty Logan, just silence that bit. You don't want to hear me trying to do a Scottish accent really badly. I also like, this is an interesting twist on the mechanics of a haunted house as well. Really, really smart. I like that quite a lot. I'm going to be reading more of the author's work soon. This was decent middle grade / young YA. I enjoyed that quite a bit. Blood and Bones. This was really good. This is a recent read. It goes in best of the rest. How to describe this? Put it there. This is less about a coherent story and more about a character journey, which feels like a weird thing to say. But you have some sort of curse that afflicts certain people, and the minute people realise that other people have this curse, they get killed in a very ritualistic, specific way. And our main character, whose name we never find out, they're just known as Girl, has been hiding the fact that they've got this affliction. When it's discovered, they run away and they find themselves on a beach, and the beach feels wrong. It's shrouded in fog, and they realise that all under their feet is corpses. The bones of the dead. Animals, people, and they realise there's somebody else there who's also afflicted by the same thing, and they escape on a raft using some sort of cursed magic to create a raft out of the corpses. And these corpses at this point are sort of kind of aware of what's going on, so you have like this mental connection to this horde of dead animals and people as they turn into a raft to float across the sea and escape. And then they reach the mainland and they try and find a cure, but the cure is not what they actually expect it to be. I want more books in this world. This is dark, it's gloomy. You do have a love story here as these two characters become attracted to each other, possibly because of the fact they both have the same affliction. You have what feels like a very deep world here, which we don't know much about because of the fact that these two characters come from quite a secluded island that don't really know much about the mainland. So they don't actually know the cause of their affliction or what it means or how it gets faster. I really like this. Blood and Bones was one of my 99p buys back in August. Another indie book as well. Really good. I highly recommend if you like a little bit of visceral horror, but you don't need a particularly compelling story, you just want to see the character dynamics just work and dovetail off each other. Really like it. Oh, pardon me. Okay. Hollow. Hollow's good. It's fine. The artwork's really pretty. It's an interesting take on the Headless Horseman gimmick, transcribed into modern day. The story's fine. The characters are fine. The artwork is really, 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 really good. Don't have much more to say about that. 150. And I foolishly decided to do them all in one live stream because I am an idiot. Also, I've not done a live stream for a month, so I need to boost some viewing numbers. Hollow is very pretty. It's very pretty artwork. The story is fine. It's not a story you haven't seen before. That's why it drops it down a bit. But it's nice. It's colourful. This is a perfect graphic novel for a 10, somewhere around the age of 10, give or take a few years. I'm going to throw this at my youngest very soon to have a look through because I think he'll really like it. Going from something like that, however, we have a book that Noah bought me. I don't wish to be blamed for any of this. Do I need to make this smaller again? I probably do, don't I? There we go. We have Friday the 69th by Chuck Tingle. If you've read a Chuck Tingle absurdist erotic novella, you've read all of them. This is my only problem with this. There's nothing wrong with it. I just feel like I've read this before multiple times at this point. I do like the idea that you have this haunted sort of forest that no one goes near, because on a certain day, which is Friday the 69th, the monster comes and eats people. Well, it isn't actually eating people, although people are screaming. It is a variation on that theme. It's an interesting take. It's absurd. Love is real. Chuck Tingle's sort of fingerprints are all over this with the whole "you are valid as you are." I love the messaging as always. It just wasn't not my favourite. I still think the Vampire Night Bus one is my favourite of the erotica books I've done. The second story in here, because they all have two stories in them, about a swimmer and a lesbian megalodon shark, was actually better, interestingly enough. But it was fine. I can't remember much about it. My biggest criticism with this is the book is meant to be 75-ish pages long. You have 35-ish pages of story, and the rest of the book is a list of all the other books that Chuck's written, which is excessive. There's a lot of them. It's fine. I've seen some videos on his Christmas smuts, and this, and my was that. Yes, there's another Chuck Tingle book on here, one of which I have actually read. Well, the one on further in. Where is it? Should we get Chuck Tingle out of the way now? Where are you? There. Let's get Chuck Tingle out of the way now. Scary Stories to Tingle My Butt is an anthology of a number of their stories, including one that Noah had to read live on stream, which is Bigfoot Pirate Haunts My Balls. The Vampire Night Bus story is in there as well. It's fine. It's gay erotica, but with dinosaurs or Bigfoot. Again, love is real. What you feel, what you're attracted to is, generally speaking, valid. A couple of exceptions do exist in there. We probably don't have to deal with nonsense on the channel. But, yeah, generally speaking, there is a certain wholesome vibe that does run through all Chuck Tingle's stuff, including his horror, which we will touch on very, very soon. The Bee King by Mathilda Zeller. This was okay. The world building let this down. If you've read The Honeys by Ryan Lasala, you might quite like this. This has a historical setting, but it was really, really hard to pin down when it was. But there's a lot of interesting concepts in here. It's another book that came out of my book crate, my indie book box. So it's set around 1929, I think, from what I can tell. Near New York, the sort of island where they've got this magical honey that's in the world that's produced in this one specific place. You have some interesting looks at capitalism. Time for medicine and nap. All right, Kat, I hope you have a good nap. I will catch you very soon. We're getting there. But thank you for dropping in and sticking by for this long. Yeah, it does have some interesting ideas because you've got this. All these young girls are basically sold into going to this party with someone to be potentially selected to be a bride. So you do have a look at old-fashioned capitalism in here and some of the old, very sexist practices from the earlier 20th centuries and before. It's okay. Again, the main character is not particularly likable, which doesn't help this because I think they're meant to be. And I kind of just wanted them to get eaten by a giant bee, which does exist in this. If you don't like bees, don't read it. It's decent, it's solid. Could have been better. Bit of a missed opportunity, to be honest, that one. Harrow the Ninth. Far more confusing than Gideon. And Gideon isn't in it, so it's not as good. It's still good. It's an interesting approach to storytelling where you have 3 different stories that are very similar. One of which is the story from Gideon the Ninth, but retold, reimagined, and changed. So this is the perfect example of a narrator who you cannot trust in terms of your main character of Harrow. Narration is still very good by Carolyn Quirk. Again, that is what drives it up. This would have been a DNF if I was reading it, but the narration made it good. I have got the next book to listen to at some point, which is Nona the Ninth. But yeah, this was... I have never been so baffled listening to a book or reading a book other than Chrysalis and Requiem in my life as I was with Harrow. I will say, though, it does pull it together really well at the end. Chuck Tingle, Bury Your Gaze, one of my favourite horror books of the year. It goes right up here. I have got the special edition behind me now. This looks a lot at Hollywood practice. Bury your gaze is a term that's been used quite often to describe the use in Hollywood in particular, but other media as well, where you say that you have different groups being represented in your works because they're there, but then you kill them off straight away. Normally in a way that's either cruel or unnecessary, and then that sort of demographic does not get the happy ending. And this follows a main character who is determined for the LGBTQ plus characters to get a happy ending. This looks at algorithms, algorithmic content, AI, image rights. There's a lot in here that is quite pertinent to the entertainment industry today. It also continues with the love is real mantra that runs through all Chuck Tingle's work. There's some good graphic moments in here. This moves along at a fair clip, and the idea of the characters that you have written coming to life and stalking you, and you can only defeat them by following the rules of your own book, is actually a really clever conceit to have. And it doesn't have a good... It kind of has a good ending until you take a step back and look at it and realise, like, no, the ending is just a continuation of a status quo just tipped on its side a little bit, which I really, really like. And it does raise a load of questions that the entertainment industry and legislation are not answering yet, unfortunately. Knight Errant, I think this is. This is a Gam Gam novella. You can get this for free from the author's website, along with the Nugget book. Where is the Nugget book? Where are you? I can't see it. There's another short story. There it is. Nugget's Tales. They're both good. I like this more, actually. In fact, I think it's my favourite of the Gam Gam stories. So this one follows the tale of how Nugget became an undead. Nugget is the pet cat of Gam Gam. And it follows basically a couple of days in the life of Nugget before they get murdered by a gang of angry feral cats, and then them enacting their revenge as a skeletal cat on these people trying to protect their family before going off to become Gam Gam's familiar. Knight Errant, however, follows Gam Gam, who has gone to a haunted forest to try and ease the suffering of the ghost that lives there. So good. This does more to establish Gam Gam than any other book that they have been in so far. Just as this really wholesome presence who is there to kind of educate and not judge, but sort of show, no, because the ghosts thought they'd made this sacrifice of their life for no good reason, and Gam Gam literally goes to like, oh, no, come with me and I'll show you that your legacy and what your legacy meant. Really powerful for a short story. Maybe a half an hour read. Really good. Curse of Salt and Sand. Short story. Interesting world. Did not expect the spice. Did not appreciate the spice. I'm still going to read the rest of the series though. Another one of my free books I picked up a few months ago. Some interesting conceits about the world building. You have different sort of magic systems linked to various different gods, some of which seem to have abandoned the place. I do not like how quickly the romance blossomed into something more. It was not realistic in that regard. Also, there are a lot of grammatical and typo errors in this book. Normally, it doesn't bother me, but there was a lot in here. This needed an editing pass, either by the author themselves or by an actual editor, which would have picked up some of them. It's fine. The world's interesting enough for me to check out the book one proper of the series, but it got in its own way. The House of Good Bones, T. Kingfisher. This was good. Wholesome horror. It read more like a rom-com for the majority of it. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Until it hit like the last quarter, and then shit hit the fan, and then it went proper horror and surprisingly dark as well. Your mileage with this will vary how much you like rom-coms, because that's what this is throughout a big chunk of the book, with a horror, paranormal side story in the background until they flip places. There's a few characters in here that are very much caricatures or exaggerated versions of certain characters that you'll see in such things, like the conspiracy theorist wielding a gun. I presume that that isn't a real thing, but it could be. I don't know what America's like. It was a fun read. Didn't land for me just because I'm not a massive fan of rom-coms as a rule of thumb. Cutting Your Teeth. This was an audiobook that I listened to by Kaylin McRae. Book one of the series, I believe. Really, really good. Some graphic images in here as well, specifically when Ezra, who is turned to a vampire, gets their baby teeth, their first set of vampire teeth, and their actual main teeth sort of fall out and bloody and go out into the wash basin. The way that's described is really unpleasant. It's also got romance in here between Ezra and a character whose name I've forgotten, who is also a vampire already and turns them on purpose. You have some interesting digs into spiritual past, links to the Mexican cartel as well. It's overall a fun listen. This was the winner of the Indie Ink Awards for Best Narration as well, which is worth bearing in mind. The narration overall worked quite well for me, but there was a few times where it fell a bit flat. I liked the way it introduced other mythical creatures as well, specifically werewolves, and how powerful they are here, because quite often they play second fiddle to vampires. They do not here. They are absolute beasts, like genuinely. I enjoyed this quite a lot. I am looking forward to book 2 in the series. Decrepit Ritual. This was fine. I think this is meant to be extreme horror. I think I might have read too much extreme horror for it to work. This was an arc through Book Sirens. A guy intends to unalive themselves, gets hopped up on alcohol and prescription drugs, and watches a B-movie horror film in a cabin in the woods. This is told from second person, and this confuses the narrative quite a lot because you can't tell where the character ends and their imagination begins. There's some true nightmare fuel in here for some of the monsters you see. It's just fine. If you like extreme horror, you'll probably enjoy it. Draz Demise by Isaac Hill. Again, very short story, military fantasy, my first military fantasy that I've read. Not a huge amount to say about this. It's a prequel to a bigger series. I'm interested enough to read the bigger series. It creates a load of questions that I want answers to, which I suppose for like a taster for a bigger world is all that you want. Is it worth reading if you don't want to read the rest of the series? Probably not. But it's got me interested and invested enough to check it out, at least. Cup of Tea at the Mouth of Hell. I love this. This book is something special. This book is told from the point of view of a demon who works at the right hand of the devil. And the devil who is not happy at being cast down from heaven, let's be honest, has a coping mechanism and copes by routine and gets through the day through their routines. And one of these routines is to welcome the souls that are damned to hell with a cup of tea. However, the heavenly host have nicked the devil's kettle. So Lucifer goes off to get his kettle back, and Stroudmire MacLeod, the demon, tries to go after him. This is a really heart-wrenching look at how people deal with grief or cope with grief without necessarily confronting it, and how it's sometimes important to confront the pain rather than find ways to scaffold yourself up and away from it. Not the book I expected. It's only about 130 pages long, but possibly the most powerful book I've read this year. These two were neck and neck for which one was going to be first for the year. Can't recommend this enough. I highly think everyone should check it out. There's some real psychedelic imagery in here. Penis trees is something that I didn't know I wanted to have in a book, but there we go. And someone being ejaculated into heaven. I'm sure there's metaphor there. We're going to leave it at that, though. But love it. Love it, love it, love it. We touched on this one earlier. Note to Self by Connor Franta. So, this one is kind of a biography of Connor Franta's life up to the point of writing the book. Kind of... kind of bits of poetry in there and just thoughts in general. I listened to this about 8 years ago and it sat quite high up on my list. This time round, wrong book, wrong time. Connor Franta, in case you don't know, is a out and proud YouTuber. However, early in their YouTube career, they were very much I'm not gay and very much fighting against their own sexuality and coming out and not comfortable with themselves. And it sort of follows the journey, the journey of self-discovery and acceptance again. Doesn't fit what I need in my life right now. Still worth listening to. Was more useful when I had questions about myself a few years ago. Project Nought, graphic novel. This is good. An interesting sci-fi time travel. Oh God, I've got to try and do a Scottish accent for D&D in a week's time. That's going to be fun. You can't be a dwarf and not have a Scottish accent. Very pretty. The idea of this is in the future, as part of the study of history, they go back in time scoop people out, fetch them to the present day so they can talk about time in their age. Really interesting idea. They're meant to then be sent back with no knowledge of what happened. This is run by a corporation. We all know how corporations are. Really got to check this out. It's a pretty book. It started as a webcomic. I think it was on Webtoons. Could be wrong on that. Really good. Really, really good. I need to check out more of the author's work on that one. You're back. I'm still here. I'm still here. We're beginning to speed up now, though. So I have coffee. At least my viewing numbers will be up for the month at least. We'll start the year on a high. Obelisk Gate by N.K. Jemisin. So, 5th Season is one of my favourite books of 2024, favourite reads. This was good. I'd say it goes in best of the rest. I haven't picked up book 3 yet, and I don't know why. This is a dystopian future. You have some sort of weird magic system. It's very hard to explain. The world building in this is very, very good, and it's underpinned by a really strong emotional core and a really natural feeling sense of familial tension, I suppose you can call it. This is set after there's been some sort of cataclysm, environmental cataclysm. It is very good. I'd sort of guessed some of the things to do with the moon and stuff, which I don't want to spoil here. or what I think it was. But this is basically a cautionary tale, or it feels like, of what happens if you strip mine the planet you live on. It doesn't go well. This is end game environmental damage. You filmed and had dinner. What did you have for dinner? I'm hungry, actually. I have to eat soon. Oh, cool. I can't buy it yet because I'm on a book buying ban, but I will be buying it. I've got it saved. Yeah, I've had to speed up a bit. I mean, some books have just gone worse than Alchemist, so... Well, I can't see what that says. That's too small for me to read. It's a recent read. So, whatever this book is... Mud of the Old World, maybe? It's fine, whatever it is. I only read it this month, so the fact that I can't remember the title of it. Spectres of the Old World, and it's Mud, Monsters and Revelations. So this is another post-apocalypse dystopia. There's some sort of magic going on. It's only about 30 pages. Don't really have a huge amount to say about it, to be honest. It poses an interesting idea of what happens to people that go out into the world and whether they are truly lost or they're being sacrificed. I will probably, depending on the price, pick up another couple of the novellas to see how it sits. You know what? Alchemist needs to sit higher than Ice Planet Barbarians, actually. But I don't have much to say about it. It was interesting enough for what it was, but it was too short to leave a lasting impression. Orphan Planet by Rex Burke. We like Rex Burke. Rex Burke is the person who says he's so over the hill that he's in the next village. My first Rex Burke book. Is it my favourite of his books? No. Is it really, really good? Yes. This is book 1 in the Orphan Planet trilogy. Again, environmental collapse. Let's go and colonise somewhere. So the idea of this is colony ship goes out into space, skeleton crew with lots of people on deep freeze. Apparently no one can have kids. People misjudged the chemicals in the water to stop people having kids. People had kids, so they had to thaw out somebody to kind of look after the kids, because realistically, a load of high-functioning, antisocial scientist types or engineer types maybe not the best for fetching up kids. Unfortunately, they had an underlying condition. They passed away, so Jordan Booth was woken up, who did not intend to be in space and didn't want to be woken up until he reached the planet. And then he's having to look after these teenagers who are around 16, who kind of know more than he does. They're a lot smarter than he is. Until they get blown out of the ship and crash land on the wrong planet. And they've never been on a planet before, and he has. And that leads into book 2. It's a lot of fun. I am Team Poole all the way. Poole is an idiot, and I love it. Really, really good. This is... If you like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, you'll probably like this. It's got a very British sense of humour to it. I know Rex doesn't really like the comparisons to that, but I really like Orphan Planet. It's really good. It's a really good trilogy. What? Say what again? Orphan Planet. I don't know. Pet Detective Agency. This was fine. It's more fine than that. Hang on. It'll go there. Couple of issues with this. Number 1, another manga with a gay relationship in it that has consent issues. Not overly so, but the younger of the two characters is trying to force themselves on the older one continuously. Oh, Rex Burke. So you got the first bit right. Rex is lovely. I hope to meet Rex this year. So basically you have this guy who was meant to be a policeman but dropped out because he didn't find it interesting, and now runs a pet detective agency with a young man that he found on the street and gave a home to. The young man is very, very attracted to the older man. However, he also has a stalker who feels a little bit jilted that he wasn't picked to be the assistant. My biggest problem with this book, though, other than the slightly dubious consent, it hasn't translated very well. in that obviously you have the dialogue in like your speech bubbles, and it feels like there's too much dialogue for the speech bubbles for the translation. I suspect in its native Japanese this... I'll have to find it, I'll send it you. Yeah, so... Hang on, my brain's just short-circuited. Just warming back up again. So, when you're hitting the speech bubbles, you're ending up with too much text in the panels of the illustration. The illustrations and the artwork is really, really good. But because of the way it's translated, you have these big walls of text that either are interfering with the pictures, or they're too small and they're difficult to read, which feels like a formatting issue. And I think that's just a side effect of the translation more than anything else. It's okay. It ends up with them both in a relationship and accepting each other. There is consent issues in here, though. Again. Pets for Legion. This is one of my last reads of the year. I think this is pretty good. This is... Where will it go? We'll put it there. So this is Christian horror set in small town America, where there is a little town. This will have a full review hopefully this weekend as well, by the way. This was gifted to me by the author as well, I should mention that here. Small town America, and there's basically a demon pit in this little town, and basically this demon has made a deal with a mortal who keeps fetching them people that act as their pets until it gets bored and then it wants a new pet. Their attempt to get one of the pets suddenly gets interrupted by a newcomer to the town, and the demon decides that they're going to be the new pet, and therefore you have a biblical chase. It's fast-paced, there's some interesting concepts here. This does dig into proper Christian mythology in terms of Jesus and Legion. Okie doke. The character work is a little bit thin on the ground, but this is a fast-moving and interesting story. There's some very, very smart foreshadowing as well for a twist towards the end, which I really appreciated. There's also some things in here where I think I was just being thick and not picking up on in terms of what some of the characters were. Overall, this was a lot of fun. Probably my favourite read in December. I didn't read a huge amount in December, but probably my favourite. Psychic Teenage Bloodbath 2. Should have DNF'd. I liked Psychic Teenage Bloodbath. This is a sequel that did not need to happen. It had no story. Literally, this felt like a book. It had an underlying story. It felt like the story was, let's just make more bad things happen over and over and over again. And it's extreme horror. I get the point of extreme horror is to be shocking. The reason book one worked was because it actually had a story and a plot that made sense. This entirely happens in somebody's head. This is nonsense. This is a waste of a book. That I wish I'd DNF'd. Actually, to be honest, it was only short, which is why I powered through it, but... Ugh. Let's upset Jenny again, because Jenny's an Andy Weir fan. Randomise. Forgot it existed. So dull, so boring. This is another one of the Amazon original books, exclusive books, what we choose to call them. I didn't like the narration. I didn't like the story. The idea is you have con people that basically go into casinos and try and con them because they have basically sold the casino the super duper equipment to make sure that the right results come up for the casino. But the casino boss isn't an idiot and knows he's being duped. Interesting concept. It's executed fine. It's just not very interesting. Like, simple as. The Sacrifice by Rinch Pecco. I really liked this, and I think it's down to the narration. I've discovered this because of Jaleesa. The narration is really good. This is a good, solid folk horror. Don't really have much more to say about it than that. This is set on, I think it's an Indonesian island, where a film crew are going to film a documentary about like the strangling trees there and the potential lost treasure of Cortez. but there is some underlying spirit with the island. The local islanders avoid the place like the plague. There is one person who acts as their guide who's a child who keeps saying to them, go away. You're not wanted here. And they're trying to make out that they're going to be dead nice about it and respect the culture. They're not going to respect the culture. It's an American film crew. You know, it's like a haunted house crew, basically. When things start going wrong, all shit hits the fan. But the narration is so quiet and so tired throughout. It also has a romantic element to it between the guide and the son of one of the directors, which is actually really, really sweet and has a really bittersweet ending with the way the book finishes. I like this a lot. I need to read the Silver Under Nightfall books, which they've written. But yeah, really enjoyed that. That was one of my biggest surprises of the fact that sits higher up than that. I think that has to sit there. Okay, next book, Saint Sorrow Sinner. I am going to put this in good and then not talk about it because of some controversy around the author. Moving on. Saturday Fright at the Movies. Yeah, just to be able to side point, I think the book is really good. I don't want to talk about that book anymore, though, because of some things the author did last year. I know you love them. You keep telling me to read them, just like people keep telling me to watch The Lion King. Saturday Fright at the Movies, another arc that I got through Book Sirens. This is a lot of fun. Most of the short stories in here work really, really well for me. Easily my best short story collection of the year. Couple of highlights. There's Unicorns from Sector 52, I think it's called, which is set around an outdoor drive-in theatre when space alien unicorns, which are being controlled by jelly monsters, attack. That's really good. I have not watched The Lion King, no. I deliberately name drop this in most videos just to infuriate people. Kat is insisting she's going to get me to watch it, but Jenny's been saying this for years now and has failed, so... yeah, so that's fun. There's my favourite one, though, is... I think it's called Medusa with the Heads of Men. I've not seen Mulan either. Which is... obviously inspired by a mix of Medusa and Frankenstein's monster, but the way it's told almost through social media clips, so newspaper reports, website reviews, narrated CCTV footage, and it's a really interesting way to tell a story. It's really, really good. The highlight of the book. Overall, this book did get 4 stars from me, which is, by my standards, quite high for short story reads. Very much a homage to 1980s and 1990s horror. I think there's only 2 stories that I didn't really like in here. One was the first one, which was very much inspired kind of by Saw, it felt like. And then there was a cosmic horror one later on, which didn't quite land either. But overall, I really enjoyed that. A really worthwhile short story collection. You're not going to get me to watch it. I'll watch the Tangled live action remake that they're meant to be doing, though. I'll happily watch that because I like Tangled. Serpents of the Wings of Night. 4th Wing, but with vampires. It's good. It's not as good as Iron Flame. It's a book 1 in a series, so it probably shouldn't be. I will listen to book 2 eventually. Nothing was particularly surprising because I've read a lot of fantasy. I've read a lot of YA. You can tell where it's going to go. All right? But it's good for what it is. Don't really have much more to say about this. I do have a mild criticism of YA romance, which is why does every male romantic interest have to be 6'4", have toaster rack abs, dark hair, grumpy and smouldering and mildly violent and likely to kill you? Explain this to me. I don't understand. There's rumours of a Tangled live action. It has been announced. Okay, so it's not just rumours. Happy days. I'm interested for the Stitch one as well, which I think is due out relatively soon. I love Stitch. Ring Shout by P. Jelly Clark. this was an audio that I listened to, and the audio veered from amazing to absurd, which spoiled it for me. I had really high hopes for this. It ended up just being okay. Nothing wrong with it. The idea of like 1920s America and the Ku Klux Klan being sort of driven by these extra-dimensional slash aliens that feed on hate is a really interesting conceit. I think this is the case of I'd heard this was so good that it just didn't live up to the hype. Also, as mentioned, the narration, at times the narration was absolutely perfect. And at other times it's the worst thing I've ever listened to, and it was the same narrator throughout. So that spoilt it as well. But it was good. It was solid. It just fell flat. I feel like I'm going to have to move some of these round. Slaughterhouse 5, Kurt Vonnegut. There is a phrase in this which I've deleted from my mind now that comes up 42 times in the book. This book annoyed me. This book annoyed me so much. I don't know. I just don't know. This goes in It's better than Akatar. Most things are better than Akatar. There's just something about this book that just rubbed me the wrong way. This was nearly a DNF. Part of me is tempted to put it down at the bottom, but I'm not going to. But it was just... I can't even put into words what it is about it. There's something about this that just I don't get. My brain just could not click. Also, it's classic. I struggle with classics. Mentioned that before. Right, we're nearly there. Smoke and Summons by Charlie N. Holmberg. Other than having the most generic name for a fantasy novel ever, this was my first introduction. No, it wasn't. That's a lie. This is a Lauren Ezzo narrated book, which makes it good. So this is a steampunk, coalpunk fantasy world. You have two main characters. One is very much your Jack the Lad, roguish character with a heart of gold. The other one is an escapee who has basically got the ability to take demon souls inside them and transform into demons, but a more powerful form than most. And one day they realise that their fellow sort of prisoners are being experimented on and escapes. And you basically have a hunt down of this character by her owner. And the thief, who has a heart of gold, helping her until discovering that everyone has their price, and then having that moment of realization that morals are sometimes a good thing. This is part of a trilogy. I do have book 2 to listen to. The narration from Ezzo in particular makes this good. There is another narrator as well, whose name I don't know. They narrate the male character. This was worth listening to, and this kind of cemented my thought that I really like Lauren Ezzo as a narrator. So, looking forward to see where it goes. It's not anything particularly original in many regards, but again, the narration has driven it higher. And it's the same narrator as Dead Silence. And Dead Silence would have been in should have DNF'd if it wasn't for the narration. Someone Else's Horror Story, the second Rebecca Crunden or indie book spotlight book. This is really, really, really good. This has an interesting take on the idea of a curse and escaping a curse. I can't really talk about this without spoiling it. It's about 30 pages long. It's about 75p on Kindle. Go and buy it. Really, really good. I can't recommend it enough. Between that and Baluchian, I don't know how you pronounce it. Very different style of books. This is very much a case of finds a stranger on their land, takes them home being a good Samaritan, and then it turns out that there was something else going on the whole time. But really interesting take on how curses work and how you can escape them. I'm not sure which of these two books I prefer. I think I've gone with Belukian just because I prefer folk horror as a rule of thumb, but they are pretty much interchangeable for me. Let's just put it that way around, actually. They need to sit next to each other. Oh, right. I can't read that, and I should know what that's called off the top of my head. Spirit Bears Its Teeth by Andrew Joseph White. So this is... Where do you sit? You sit higher than Compound Fracture, because I like you more. This is set in Victorian times. This is the idea of people who can see spirits. This deals with a number of the issues with the male patriarchy of the Victorian age, and even now to a lesser extent. But the imbalance of power, how medical science was used to keep certain groups in check by the use of... meant to do that. Medical facts. It does have a couple of really gut-churning scenes in here as well. One in particular where you have like this level of indoctrination because basically women are too weak to be able to be spirit talkers. That's not what women are for. Women are there to serve the men. So anyone who sort of tries to do this, they come down with veil sickness and they're sent to a special finishing school and sanitarium, which says all you need to know. So you have this indoctrination process going on for anyone who is different, specifically women in this case. There's implied SA in here. It is very dark. It's not as gruesome as Hell Followed With Us. It's also not really as gruesome as Compound Fracture in a lot of ways. But this has that whole gothic horror Victoriana vibe, which I really, really do love. Again, it's Peachtree as well. So you have amazing representation. You have an amazing cover. Did I expect this to be on my top 10? I'm surprised it fell out in the end. I am definitely missing a book in here. Oh no, it's there. Starbound by Rex Burke. This is the end of the Odyssey Earth trilogy. And it's a really good ending. It would be in my top 10 if it wasn't the fact that another book is going to go in ahead of it by Rex Burke, which we might as well put in now. Twin Landing, which is book 2, goes there. Yeah. This order might be slightly out. It is slightly out because you're number 6. You go there. Yeah, that looks right. So, Twin Landing and Starbound continue the Odyssey Earth trilogy. And Twin Landing works really well as it expands on the cast of characters, so it dovetails the story to Jordan and the teenagers trapped on one planet, and the actual planned landing of the Odyssey Earth on New Earth. And the various difficulties that Captain Juno Washington, who is the main character in the short story that we mentioned earlier on, First Date, and the challenges that they face getting a new colony up and running, especially when the billionaire who funded it turns out to actually be on the mission unannounced and starts causing trouble, because that's what billionaires do, which, just so we all are clear here, we should just eat all the billionaires. Okay? Okay. Starbound is a really good ending to the story, but Twin Landing goes higher simply because of the way that it manages to avoid middle book syndrome, which you quite often get in trilogies. And it really does reinforce the swapping of roles between Jordan and the teenagers. There's an amazing running gag with a second-in-command called Major Tom, who has never heard of the song, especially when you then start to hear about his extended family, who all seem to be named after songs. Just perfect. Again, very English humour. Also, still Team Pool. Pool is still amazing. And both of these books do a great deal of world building without giving you all the answers. And in fact, if Rex was to ever revisit this world, there is a whole host of stories you could tell from this point. I'm just thinking that maybe that needs to drop down, actually. Yeah. Okay. Starvacre. Starvacre is... Oops. Shouldn't be down there. Starvacre is fine. I want to watch the show on Netflix. Yes, I need to watch many things. I've watched the first Hobbit, I think. I remember bits of it. I don't like the Hobbit movies because they feel like they're stretched out too much. That's where my issue is. I love the Lord of the Ring films. Absolutely love them. Favourite films of all time, I think. Other than Transformers, the original one. The movie, when Optimus Prime dies. That makes me cry. I just got sidetracked. Right, what was I talking about? What did I just drop in? Quick, somebody help. I've forgotten what I was talking about. Elaine distracted me. Is there something up here? Yeah, can't remember. It'll come back to me. Whatever the book was I was talking about, I think it was a good one. So, there we go. I'm just trying to quickly glance over and see if I can spot it. No, it's gone. Oh well, never mind. It's wherever I put it anyway. In fact, no, hang on. Did I drop it in the wrong place initially? Probably. Red Rabbit. Ah! Starbaker, thank you. So Starbaker is based on, you know what, I'm not surprised that Dark Stars picked up with this. This is set in Yorkshire. So this is set on the Yorkshire Moors. And this is a very folksy horror. Now, I know there's recently been a live action make of this with Matt Smith in it, which I need to check. It's decent folk horror. I don't know why this didn't resonate with me as well as it could have. I read Bad Seed last year by Anya Allborn, which I think reminded me of a fair bit, but I preferred that, probably because of Deep South America. But the idea is that there's this tree where someone was hung unlawfully, and then all the land around it died. And then this family has moved into this because this is a family home. And they've ended up moving there after losing a child, and something starts to take over their kid, who then suffers a terrible thing, and then you have the wife starting to deal with basically trauma, but possibly paranormally induced trauma. It's very creepy, it's very well written. There is zero reason why this didn't resonate for me. I don't know why it didn't. Right, shh, I don't need to broaden anything, okay? My waistline is broadening, leave me alone. Whereas if you're going to do folk horror or fairy tale horror, Stay in the Light by A.M. Shine was absolutely fucking phenomenal. Oh, hello. It needs to go higher than that. It goes about there. Just missed out on my top 10. Follow up to the Changeling. This is how you take a really interesting conceit from a first book and manage to both extend the scope of the danger and the world while still managing to hold the close, claustrophobic tension and fear from the first one. And it's by a natural dovetailing of two different stories. What I love about this is how much care and attention, love and research into Irish folklore, or Gaelic folklore, I could say, has gone into this. And there's a lot of very, very subtle foreshadowing that plays out throughout the story, which really does click and come together at the end. They are meant to be making an Avatar movie. The rights were sold years ago. It seems to be in development hell, which is a massive shame, because that's where it belongs. I don't think the eye candy in that is aimed at me. Yeah, so the rights to Akatar have been sold. I can't remember who to, but it's been stuck in development hell for quite a while, and I'm not sure why. I suspect we're going to get the Fourth Wing adaptation first, which I'm fine by, because I prefer that. But yeah, Starbaker just didn't work. Don't know why. Whereas that one, Stay in the Light, love it. The name drops early on, which feel really innocuous, work so well. Steen by Steve Russell. This was another book from my my box, my indie book box. If you like Constantine, you might well like this. This feels very Constantine coded. Now, first off, the main character of Steen is Canadian, but has had to move to the UK, fleeing from demons that hunted him and his family. And he's very much a down-on-his-luck paranormal investigator that doesn't quite sit well in real life. Meanwhile, you have a demon that has decided he doesn't want to be a Prince of Hell, and would rather rule Earth. And because of reasons of bureaucracy, nobody else is getting involved, which sounds so realistic. Steen does have an angel on his shoulder, literally the angel Raphael, who is in the shape of a capuchin monkey. And you have the situation where they're trying to figure out what's going on. Steen is not especially likable as a character, which is where this falls down versus, say, a Constantine archetype, if that makes sense. I love Constantine, I should add here. And whilst Constantine is never a good person, there is a personality there. Steen feels a little bit more Magnolia in terms of personality, if that makes sense. Also, their level of magic is a lot less so. I do, however, appreciate the really, really clever ending to the book where they beat the demon and managed to lure it into a house of God. That was really, really smart, and I'm all for seeing a future book following this character. It's another indie book. Indie books have done pretty well overall this year. In fact, other than... How many indie books are not in my top half? I think most of my indies are in the top half, actually, barring Mechanical Heart, which was disappointing. Stone of Shadows. This is nice. This is just sweet. Short story. One of a short story trilogy, which is also therefore part of a bigger series as well. Farm worker, down on his luck, doing his best to just make money for family. Has a rival who just happens to be the rich gentry landowner's son. One day, dragon comes, and for some reason that he doesn't understand, poor boy pushes rich boy out the way and gets snatched by the dragon, taken back to his lair to be eaten, finds a magic stone that turns him invisible, comes back, and ends up stalking rich boy to find out that actually rich boy does not have that good a life at all, and is very severely abused by their dad. It's really actually quite sweet. Sort of romance that you have going on between the two once they get over the fact that they're being mean to each other because they like each other. You know, that old trope. Nothing says love like headbutting someone. But it's actually quite sweet the way it kind of unfolds. I do like the sparky dialogue between them as well. This is low heat romance, which I appreciate. I'm curious to see more of the series. I think I gave this a 3.75 stars. There is a trilogy of novellas, and then there is a main series of books set later on. So, definitely going to be checking that out. Tempest of Tea! This was good. It wasn't as good as I wanted it to be. Where will you sit? You weren't as good as... Maybe there. And actually, you should sit higher up. And you should probably sit lower down. So, Tempest of Tea suffers because when I read this, I thought this is Six of Crows, but less good. Shush. Six of Crows, but less good. You have a very similar situation where you have a setup where instead of in a bar, they're in a tea house. We're told how smart they are, but they don't ever show it. You have vampires instead of magic users overall, which is fine. You have the impossible heist. A lot of the stuff in here follows beat for beat, but watered down from Six of Crows. If you like Six of Crows, you will probably like this. It is not as good as Six of Crows. It's good enough. Now, what I will say is, this is set in a pre-existing world. If I'd read other books from the pre-existing world before, maybe I would have liked this more. Very pretty cover, though. There is going to be a follow-up. I need to check when that's out. I will still buy it. But it was good. It wasn't as good as I wanted. I will say, though, the special editions, which I think... Dark Star, do you have a special edition of Tempest of Tea? Someone has a special edition of this, and it's absolutely gorgeous. I just found the book to be not a... I read it no longer after Six of Crows as well, at about the same time as Absinthe Underground. So I was also heisted out by that point. Hey Aaron, how are you doing? I have not been rumbled, thank you very much. I just have my finger on the pulse is what it is. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. Right. Therapy games. BL manga. They're both going somewhere here-ish. I liked them. These are spin-offs from another manga series. Oh, right, okay. I know I've seen somebody had one. Maybe it's, you know what, it might be Luna, actually. What are these a spin-off from? I can't remember. What do you spin off from? I can't remember what these were spin off from, Therapy Games, but never mind. So again, it's the same person who did Dragon Betrothed. Again, again, very, 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 very explicit. But some of the artwork is just, I mean, just pretty artwork. Again, you have some consent issues here. Not as bad as the others, strangely enough. The biggest issue I have with book one of this in particular is this is gaslighting a little bit. So, but the relationship ends up going in a really sweet and wholesome way. So I like it a fair bit. There is a follow-up series after it. You know what? I like it more than Percy Jackson. I definitely like it more than Dead Silence. Dead Silence should be down there, actually. That should be down there. That should be down there. That should be down there. I like it more than that. Oh, I've not kept this in any order whatsoever, have I? This is terrible. I'll have to correct it off stream. But yeah, it was good. It made me blush in a few places. But there we go. I am a British prude, so I need to check what when the follow-up's out, actually, because I am still going to get the follow-up. Tempest of Tea. I'm just going to see when book 2 is due out. Oh, there we go. That's in German. A Steeping of Blood. I like that title. A Steeping of Blood. When are you out? Oh, cool. That's after my band's finished. The shush was directed at you, Elaine. Day of the Rest by Danny Finn. This is really sweet. This is a rare example of a male and a female character going on a quest together with no romantic involvement. Like, who'd have thought it? And I love the fact that in fact, that sits higher up than that, that the treasure in this is memories and knowledge and self-acceptance. I really like that. This is a fantasy western in a dystopian world, and it's just so wholesome. Unlike, where is it? Clotty's Song, which needs to drop down a little bit, which is full of spice. This has no spice. I shouldn't do a lot of things that I do. I shouldn't have read MADK or Ice Planet Barbarians or The Alchemist, but I did. Open Throat by Henry Hoke. This was one of my earliest listens of the year. This is a weird book. So this is a story of self-acceptance and dealing with your worst nature, told from the point of view of a mountain lion that was driven out of the hills around LA because of someone setting fire to a homeless encampment. And someone took this creature in, and everyone looked at it and went, oh my god, it's this. Get rid of it, get rid of it. And in its own defense, it killed someone. I don't listen to anyone. Don't be offended. It's a really interesting listen. It's only a couple of hours, max. It's well worth a listen, though. It's quite a heart-wrenching story in many regards. Very different to nearly everything else I've listened to this year. Which, if we're talking about things that are very different, we're going to fetch Unruly by David Mitchell up here. I enjoyed this quite a bit, partially because David Mitchell was the one doing the voice work for it, and I love David Mitchell. This is basically a whistle-stop tour of the ruling class of England specifically, before it was the UK. So basically, you want to go up to the age of the Stuarts, where a lot of people had the same name. And there's the odd thing in here that I didn't know, or that I managed to forget. But the main thing is that this feels like you're having history explained to you by your grumpy uncle. Grumpy English uncle, specifically, which I always appreciate. So, didn't learn anything particularly new, but it was worth listening to just for the narration. I do like David Mitchell anyway. He does amuse me a great deal. So, that needs to move down. What else needs to move down? That needs to move down. Well, bear in mind that mangas have drawings in them, and the drawings in my manga do not have... They're not censored, like, remotely. You see everything, whether you want to or not. So, I need to move up one as well. Yeah, prefer that to you, prefer that to you. Right, we're nearly there. Come on, we can do this. Timber Dark by Darren Charlton. So, this follows a lot of the same things as The Only Light Left Burning, but is not as good. It's solid. I would like to see Darren Charlton write a book based on the Fallout universe. There's some really interesting conceits here. The idea of big business kind of being in charge of the rebuilding of the world, but people not realizing, is something that I think is very believable. It's almost indoctrination, which the story here is the idea of sleepwalking into your own disaster because of accepting what's going on. I'm not climbing back up any hills. It makes it's an interesting idea. It doesn't land it as well as I would like it to. A bit like book 1, which name I've forgotten, and I was looking at it earlier and I can't see it now. Ah, well, never mind. It can't have. Where? Why? I put things in our behind there. Is that why? That's why. Wranglestone. Where I get what it's doing, it doesn't land it as well. Now, what I will say is, whereas The Only Light Left Burning is set for a higher level YA, I would say that Timber Dark and Wranglestone are aimed at top end, middle grade, bottom end YA in terms of age group it's aimed at. So again, you do have a little bit of an issue of me being aged out of it in terms of the writing style. Solid enough, just didn't blow me away. Undead Folks. This is one that MJ recommended over on Reading This Life. Short story. Pretty good. Didn't blow me away. I need to move further down. Didn't blow me away particularly. I am going to be reading book 2. I would have bought it already if it wasn't for the fact I was in a book buying bank because it was only 74p. But surprisingly sweet and wholesome with this character who's trying to fetch back the spirit of, I think it's some dead relative, and put it into this animal form. And the spirit sort of remembers stuff initially but can't remember everything, and then every time they have to cast a spell again on a different thing, so you basically got this corpse of a fox walking around as they go and try and get revenge on the person that ultimately caused the death of the parents. It looks at the American healthcare system and how shit it is, but it is surprisingly sweet and wholesome. I'm looking forward to getting book 2 very, very soon. How It Unfolds by James S.A. Corey. Couldn't say anything about it at this point. Same with Void by Veronica Roth as well. Can't remember anything about that either, so they can just go straight in there. The Whistling, we're not doing this in order anymore. The Whistling I got off Noah. It's one of the most egregiously boring books I've ever read in my life. The fact that this is set in around the Victorian age adds nothing to the story. Nothing. It could have been set in the Stone Age or now. It wouldn't matter. It's dull as ditch water. The most interesting thing is it's set on a remote Scottish island and the main character is called Elspeth. That's it. There's so many elements in here that could have been really good. We'll ignore that. Instead, they decided to pick the most boring options from beginning to end. And this is a pretty well-reviewed book as well. And I don't know why, because it's crap. The only reason Noah gave it me as well on a side point is because he's got had three copies of the damn thing. So because he's an imbecile and doesn't know what he's bought. Joe Hill Ushers, my second Joe Hill book. I really like this. It's only 30 pages long. It just works so well. In fact, it'll probably sit up there. The idea of somebody being able to see when death is coming for people around them, so they can just about avoid it, but then they've been caught out because they've been caught at two major incidents, and now they're being investigated police because somebody believes that they're involved, and they kind of are but not, is a really interesting conceit, and I really liked this. I really liked this a lot. I highly recommend checking out. I got this for free through my Amazon First Reads. Really, really good. Also really, really good is Inkvine. This is a Deep South-inspired sapphic horror, where there is a young lady working at a bit of a dive bar as a lap dancer / stripper, but they have thoughts of leaving town and getting away from their God-fearing family. And they're being judged constantly because of what they do for the job, but they're just trying to get out of there. You have some serious issues with consent in here, in terms of people trying to SA the main character, and they're told not to go in the woods, especially at a certain time, and they do, and they basically discover kind of a dryad in the woods, and they begin to take sort of favours off them. And to be fair, the dryad gives them a fair few things as well, but it's a bit steamy. It's got a real gothic undertone to it, even though it's set in like rural deep South America. It has that sort of New Orleans vibe to it, that sort of dark, voodoo-y, witchcrafty sort of scene. So good. I need to check out more by that author as well. It's another indie in the top half. And then The Whisper That Replaced God by Timothy Wolfe again. This is a more traditional fantasy following an assassin. My first time reading a Timothy Wolfe book, as soon as I read this, I went and bought one of their bigger books, which I'll be reading later this year. Might be one that I try and see. See you later, Elaine. Thank you for dropping in. But yeah, I liked The Whisper That Replaced God quite a lot. Again, only about 130 pages long. Really easy read. Managed to fit in a hell of a lot in a short space of time. Definitely looked at the conceit of how power can be abused. Excited to read more. This is what I would call a typical fantasy novella in many regards. The Void Ascendants. This is the third Premier Mohammed book on the list. I liked this quite a bit. So I started this trilogy when Noah gave me a book that he hated. There-ish. Book 2 was a bit of a letdown. This just let the shackles off and went off into cosmic space. A really, really good ending to the series, this one. I do like the way that it had a good ending for the characters and not for everybody else. I'm glad I read this. I read this, I think, just before I read Butcher in the Forest. So this fits in the middle of the Premier Mohammed books that I've read this year. I do think it's a good series. I do think there's some issues with some of the character plotting, but that kind of makes sense in this book. This is the most cosmic horror and the most sci-fi out of all of them, because this stops being realistic by choice because of what happened at the end of book 2. So, Wicked King by Holly Black. This is a fae romantasy done right. If ACOTAR was good, it would be this. Again, you have a main character who is not as smart as they think they are. Who'd have thought it? But they're shown in a proper way, and the fae are done like fae should be. I need to read the end of the trilogy. I do. I really like Holly Black's writing. This reads more like a fantasy political fae story rather than a romance. The romance is very much on the side. So I like that a lot. Wishing Stone. This is another of the Gam Gam books. Don't like it quite as much as Gam Gam. Still very, very good though. They go to the capital city and find out that the Emperor really is a douche. And this does a no, because I'll fall on the floor. This does a good job of building out the world that is starting to be established in Gam Gam. And it does a really good job of sort of ascertaining how important Gam Gam is as a character to the main character's actual run. The other thing as well is this does something really interesting with necromancy, which I'm not going to touch on here, but I've never seen death magic or necromantic magic used in this way before, I don't think. Really smart and creative, and I'm probably going to inflict this on people in the D&D game that I'm running in 10 days' time. So if you're in that game, be warned. I don't think there's anyone in that game here, actually. Josh Malaman, It Waits in the Woods. This was my first Lorenzo book, narrated book. This is another example of a book that, if it wasn't for the narration, would be lower down. It's a very typical creature feature, monster in the woods piece, but the narration by Ezo gave me chills. Straight off. Again, Amazon exclusive. There we go. Although if you get this on Kindle Unlimited, you do get the Audible version to listen to for free, so it's worth, if you have Kindle Unlimited, worth consideration. Monster in the Woods. Sister got lost there years ago. Younger sister goes back looking for them, feeling guilty at what transpired, and nearly gets caught. Fairly basic, but the narration at times gave me goosebumps. So sometimes, again, it shows that the type of media where you consume the media does make a difference. Tay Pratchett, Witches Abroad. It's not going to. It's going to go top 5. I love Tay Pratchett. I love the Witches books. A story about killing stories. The irony of this. The story where the witches are trying to kill the fairy tales because somebody else has come along and tried to force happy endings on people whether they wanted them or not is so secretly dark in itself. And I love the fact that this reinforces the strength of will of Granny Weatherwax and how comfortable and certain they are as themselves as a person, that it becomes a plot point at the end. And the interesting take on looking at things like Sleeping Beauty, Rapunzel, the Wizard of Oz, Little Red Riding Hood, all referenced in here and done really, really well. I have not read... Is that really my only Pratchett book this year? I feel like I have read more than that this year. I must have read Jingo at some point. I have to check that. I'm still going. I'm nearly there. I love Granny Weatherwax. I love Granny Weatherwax so much. I want to be Granny Weatherwax. Take that as you will. The Wrong Stop by Rex Burke. I can't put it above the other Rex Burke books. I can put it there. If you're going to try Rex Burke as an author, start with The Wrong Stop. This is a group of students on the beer train across Europe when they bump into an alien that's being followed by the CIA and the FBI, and everything goes to hell. Meanwhile, the Elgin Marbles are an alien artifact, and they need it to get back to the alien freeway so they can get home. It's bonkers and brilliant and fast moving and only under 300 pages. Again, British humour. If you like British humour, you will like The Wrong Stop. It's just good and fun. I will say this, Rex is my most read author of the year. I've already done a video on him for the introduction tag. I don't think another author has been more fun to read this year, overall. And that's over 6 books. So I've read all his books now. He needs to hurry up and read another one. Speaking of fun books, Broken Hearts and Zombie Parts. I thought this would be in my top 10 as well. It ended up falling out, but this was a lot of fun. Do I like it more than The Wrong Stop? I think I do. Main character, student, get ready to go to film school. Then they're at a party one night and they have a heart aneurysm, and they realise they have a faulty bicuspid valve. So they're basically looking for their first gay love experience before they get cut open in a heart valve replacement, because they're going to be ugly at that point. This deals with body dysmorphia, it deals with your sexuality, it deals with the pressures of being a student and what that looks like, and also looks at how personal relationships can be skewed by what you think you need at the time rather than what you actually need. So aspiration versus need. I love the relationship between the main character and their best friend in this and how that develops over time. I also like the way that this kind of portrays the UK college system, or the British English college system, in terms of some of the things that still go on as not necessarily meant in a nasty way, but are still prejudiced and can so therefore still affect someone's psyche and prevent them being comfortable with themselves, even though that's not necessarily deliberate and it's only meant as a joke, but how dangerous jokes can be. Really sweet and wholesome by the end, though. I really like the characters here. The fact that this is as well an ode to old-fashioned horror filmmaking, absolutely love it. When Shadows Fall by Lindy Enns, another indie, another one from my book box, another one that was pretty good. Shadow magic, darkness, curses, dark fairy tale vibes throughout. Book one of a series. This was just good. No, I won't chase you with pitchforks. I will say that I think you should definitely read one, but only if you want to. Start with Guards, or Weird Sisters. I mean, the luggage is far more terrifying than anything else. It's basically a bag of holding on legs. 2 to go. The erstwhile Tyler Kyle, another indie, another one that was really good. Another one that took me by surprise with a very graphic sexual act in the book, which I did not expect quite early on. But this was really good because of the way it pulled everything together at the end. You have a the child of a former B-movie star whose mother went missing, who now is like a bit of a YouTube celebrity doing paranormal investigations. And they are basically the idiot who doesn't believe in anything versus their best mate Josh, who is like the straight guy, but has a crush on Tyler has a crush on him. However, after some things occurred in a hot tub between the two of them, he decides that this was a terrible idea, decides that Josh would be better off without him, and starts looking on a lead that he found to where his mother had disappeared to. And ends up in Canada on a remote island that used to be a gay conversion camp. And something is not quite right here. And you have a supernatural / sci-fi element going on. You have stalkers, you have setup. Yeah, I'm still here, although I'm nearly done. I have one more book after this. So this does have a very explicit sex scene early on, which I did not expect. You have, again, a coming to terms with your relationship, coming to terms with who you are. You have some violence in here. There's some real gruesome scenes in here as well. It did take me by surprise. And an interesting ending. And this felt like it was spinning too many plates earlier. I know Hermit read this as well. And Hermit DNF'd it because it felt like there was too much going on. And I completely get where that came from. This ties them together like that at the end. So well. I want to read another Tyler Kyle book. I really do. Their other book is something called like The Wings of Azeroth or something like that, which is like 700 pages long. I'm going to have to, have I bought that already? I might have done. I'm going to have to check that one out at some point. And finally, The Legend of White Snake. This was where to put you? About there-ish. Also good. Inspired by one of the big four Chinese folk tales, The Legend of the White Snake is a queer retelling of that famous folk tale where the prince is trying to find a cure for their mother who was bitten by a white snake. They find this magical cure, they're fetching it back, however, they are scared by a giant white snake and drop it in the river. The snake eats it, disappears, and then they spend years just trying to find this cure. Years later, they meet, they think they've found the location of the white snake. The white snake can shape change because it's now a spirit. So you have this love story that develops between the two. You have the idea of your royal birthright versus your own will and what you want to do. It's so good. My only criticism of the book is because it is so steeped in Chinese folklore, there are plenty of times where the book will go, they are wearing this, which is one of these, and it feels the need to explain everything that it's talking about to the reader on the assumption that the reader doesn't know, which is fine. It would have worked better as footnotes at the bottom of the page because it took me out of the reading flow a little bit, if that makes sense. But I really bought the relationship. I love the relationship between the prince and the white snake and how that developed, especially with the revelation of who the white snake was. The villain of the piece as well, I don't know why I didn't pick up on it sooner. I really should have done. But that was really well done. It's my second Shirley read. The other one was Fake Dates and Mooncakes from last year. Loved that. This was really good as well. Have we done it? There we go. 150 books. Can I zoom out so I can actually see my list? There we go. So, obviously, most of the books are going to fall in these two because I only buy books or read books that I want to read. There's a lot more down here than I thought there'd be. I'm not going to lie. Don't read MADK, ever. Just don't. Ice Planet Barbarians, if you're going to read it, don't read the first part. Don't bother with Psychic Teenage Bloodbath 2. Just read number 1. Don't follow on the series. On The Alchemist, depends where you are in your life. Wrong time for me. But I highly recommend Celestial Monsters, but you do need to read Some Bear Trials first because it's book 2. Cup of Tea at the Mouth of Hell, I highly recommend people read. Short story, talks about grief and loss and how we deal with it. Really, really good. Flamer, again, looking at growing up in the 90s, dealing with toxic masculinity, gender and sexual stereotypes, stuff like that. Heartstopper, we all know. Terry Pratchett is always awesome anyway. That's it. I am going to go to sleep because that took a lot longer than I thought it was going to. I hope you've enjoyed watching. Thank you for spending time with me on New Year's Day when you all have better things to do. I'm going to go and wander over into Margaret's stream now at Margaret Pinard, assuming it's still going, and I've not kept that one as well. But Happy New Year to everyone. Thank you for joining me. And I will catch you all very soon. I hope you found some new books, and let me know in the comments of the actual video what book you're most looking forward to reading this year as well, because inquiring minds need to add more stuff to their TBR. But thank you so much for watching. I love you all. You're all awesome. I will catch you all very, very soon.